Here we go now. 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 Here we go now.
Welcome back, folks, to the day two of PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. I'm going to be your host, Ankit, and again, joining alongside me is going to be Blotter Gaming. And yesterday, we saw a lot of performance coming in the last match itself. We saw
Oh yes,
TUF making a comeback, and since it's the day
dude.
two, from here, the matches will be receding in the decreasing order. What are your expectations? And we will be starting things off today with the OG map. But before we're starting, let the viewers know it is going to be 20 teams divided in five different groups A, B, C, D, and E, and only top 17 will be going to the upcoming PMPL border.
Absolutely, mate. And again, I mean, you talk about expectations. Expectations were definitely realized from the side of Team TUF yesterday as they came down to the final game with
Hmm.
Edgar and everybody just completely abysmal performance which was showcased from their side. Not only a chicken dinner, but a high frag and chicken dinner is what they were showcasing to the entirety of the lobby. So TUF definitely is back, but this is the day. Day number two is the day where we start counting down, right? Because as you had
Yeah.
perfectly mentioned yesterday as well, we've got 8 matches remaining for each and
Hmm.
every individual team. In total, we've got 10 matches, 5 today, 5 tomorrow. So it is going to be a countdown as to which teams are going to be the ones that will move on forth. But again, there's a big leeway because you
Yeah.
talk about the points. There's a big, or rather, I should say, not a big difference between the points that we're looking at.
Ah, definitely. But let's have a quick look at the pawn structure. The chicken dinner winning team gets 15 for the first, 12 for the second, keeps decreasing down, pretty much the same for the last 3 years or so. Elimination point is where we stick at. And if you remember yesterday, there were, I guess, two games in which Magnus Esports secured, I guess, one in one match they secured 10 and 9 points, and one in 12, and 90% of it came from the elimination point, and that completely
True.
shows certain teams mindset, what they are thinking about, how they are approaching in this lobby. And I guess if they are pretty much capable enough to take down the players, they should be capable enough, and they have the caliber to put it down, to find themselves higher in the point structure. And with that being said, we'll move toward the squad roster. Starting things off, Group A, we have Team QWERTY lined up for you, and we'll get to see a lot of teams in the same frame.
Absolutely. As we move on along towards Group A, we are looking at Team QWERTY, 52x Rage Esports, TmW, a team that definitely needs to, well, showcase a comeback basically today on day number two. As we move on through towards Group B, we've got Regicide, who've had a phenomenal day number one. And along with that, we've got Quantum Rage, who got the first chicken dinner as we started the day off yesterday, along with Team H2E and 4VTFD. That's going to be part of Group B. As we move on through, we've been introduced to 8 teams, but as Ankit did mention, we've got 20 teams in total, divided in 5 groups.
Oh yes, and yesterday performance, Team H2E, they really have to just get their races up for today's gameplay. Moving on
True.
along, we have Group C, the first team, Magnus Esports, the team that I'll have my complete eye set upon. Yes, they have the point for now. That will be easy for them to step up and go to the upcoming PMPL. But what a performance! Thor, Edgar, Abdullah, Virus, we have been constantly kept asking in the last match. We kept asking them that which team are gonna be the one. TUF came out of nowhere and they did it in style.
Oh, yes, they definitely did. And they definitely deserved that comeback because that team has been so very synergistic amongst themselves. As we move on through towards Group D, we're looking at Quraysh Esports, North Esports, the Grounders, as well as MetershotxSKY Esports. And now this group number D. Now, Group D has NES in there, and now NES today they have to showcase a comeback story for themselves. As we move on to final group, that's going to be Group E, we've got Freestyle, IV Sports, 3X Esports, as well as Team Envy. Now, Freestyle had a miraculous day number one. I mean, when the day started off, they had a slow start, but as the day ended, they were looking pretty comfortable. Absolutely no problem whatsoever at all. And as I was mentioning earlier as well, when it comes down to those points, the points are still going to be favoring so many of these teams because there's not a big difference between being a part of that top 17.
Oh, definitely. Not a lot of difference. As you just perfectly mentioned, 64 for Team QWERTY, and at the 7th position, TUF. Yes, there is a bit of difference between 1st and 7th, but if you come down from 2nd to 3rd to 4th and 5th, it's at the even side. Even Steven for Quantum Rage,
True.
53 for them and 53 for Freestyles, and then we have 30 So I guess it shouldn't be any big deal, even if Quraysh Esports tries really hard. And somewhere down the line, if they get at least two big game means 20-pointer one and 25-pointer, 22-pointer another. I know I am asking more for their side, but if that happens, they might be the one, or any team from 6 to 10 to 11. We'll get to see from 11 to 20 if the pages shifts. There's not a lot of difference. If one or two match gets in their way in a proper ample amount of finish point, they can easily overtake at least teams that are standing on the third and fourth position. There is no two ways out about that.
Absolutely, dude. I completely agree. Because again, I mean, you're talking about one or two games. I bring it down to just one game. You look at TUF, the way they were playing yesterday, all the first four games that were played, I mean, or rather, for their side, the three games that they played were not working out for them whatsoever at all. And in the final game of the day that was played on Erangel, TUF just completely outshone the entire lobby and moved all the way to that seventh position and got a wonderful chicken dinner alongside that with an 11 elimination point game. So that definitely worked in that favor. So what I would say is that one good game is all these teams need. And now looking at down towards the top 17, we're looking at 17th position that's been taken over by North Esports with 12 points. 2 points shy is going to be TMW. And this team, look at the way they have eliminated their opponents. I mean, they've got 10 elimination points, but zero placement points. And that is something that TMW, if starts working towards today, well, they can have a comeback story for sure.
Definitely, they'll have a sure shot comeback story. I just wish them good luck for their side. But what we have on our screens, we have head-to-head between Freestyles and Quantum Rage. So let's have a quick conversation about it. 4,000 damage dealt by Quantum Rage, and why do we have this head-to-head? Because both teams stand on second and third with the same point tallied at 53, and we can get to see Freestyles even surpassing Quantum Rage, guess in terms of the damage dealt by just 600. Damage received is also more, so that completely shows Freestyle has been in the mix of a lot of fight, and that completely shows the number of elimination they have got 27. 19 minute 8 second is where that shows that why Freestyle is a bit behind Quantum Rage, because Quantum Rage has specifically find themselves in a lot of placement points, a huge chunk of placement points, and opposite goes for Freestyle. They have gotten a lot of elimination for their side and placement point in terms of Quantum Rage, and that shows the difference between all these two teams, Blotter.
Definitely does. And as we move on through with that same conversation, we've got the head to head between the players now, where we do have FS Malik chiming in along from the side of Freestyle, and from the side of QWERTY, we've got Gravity. Now, look at the difference between these two players. Damage received for the side of Malik is only 707, but the eliminations that he's been able to confirm is 16, off of which, of course, we did see that 10 elimination game play that was showcased on the map of Miramar yesterday was all thanks to Malik, because that is the game that brought back FS into the storyline basically. And as you move on through with the same conversation towards QWERTY, a decent approach is what I can say from the side of QWERTY, and Gravity of course is the man who's chiming in along with 10 elimination and 10 knockouts, so definitely on point. Based on the 19 minute 19 seconds of average survival time, well, definitely we can say one thing, which is going to be the fact that well, Gravity has been so very precise, because he's been able to eliminate every single person who's come into his crosshair.
Oh yes, definitely, as you perfectly mentioned. But let's have a quick look at the schedule. Day 2. Today we start the day with the OG map, Erangel.
Oh yes.
And it is going to be just be played for once. Yesterday, if you remember, Sanhok was just played for once. It's the day where we'll alter a lot between Sanhok, Miramar. But the day starts with Erangel. So a lot of Sanhok today. Miramar, as you just talked about yesterday, one went in the favor of team QWERTY. They really played it to perfection, and the last Miramar was also really good for freestyles as well. And since again there we have two Miramar for today, I'm really expecting that a lot of teams that have performed in the Miramar's gameplay yesterday, I really want some other team to step up. And if we talk about some other team, the team that have been on the bottom half of the chart from 18, 19, 20, TmwEsports, yes, they were in the fight. If you remember, TMW were in a lot of fight yesterday. In one match, if you remember, they had 8 elimination. They just got eliminated without any placement point. They really have to work upon it, because from now onwards, if you get towards all these matches, just the 8 matches left, and in that, today each and every team will be trying really hard. But the call has been already made. We'll be straight away jumping into the very first map of Erangel, and there we have it. Military base and all these qualifiers there is a different love affair going in. I want a military base circle.
Dude, let's see if that is going to be provided from the side of PUBG Gods or not today. Because
Oh
as
yeah,
we start the day off, we are looking at the flight path being majorly favored towards the western front of this map of Erangel, where we start off from the military base but going towards the side of hospital. So, majorly, like I said, favoring the western fronts. And of course, when you talk about Stalberg, Severny, Yasnaya, that's going to be a little bit of a tough luck situation for the side of these teams. But once again, I mean, these teams have been playing the game for such a long time. They do know how to make that rotation. And when you've got a flight path like this, you can very well almost 90% say for sure that when it comes down to the zone is going to be up north and it's going to be moving away to give that sort of an X factor to these teams. The comfort zone that's on the
hmm
west is going to be taken away from them because the zone is going to be on the east. At least that's what I am predicting. But let's see if that'll be the case, or maybe Ankit, PUBG gods are going to be favoring you and bring
let's
us
just see.
down to the military base zone altogether itself.
Well, we'll see to it. We'll see to it once we get the circle. But no up noise where my eyes are constantly restricting upon. We had a
Oh
fight
yes,
yesterday where we just got to see a team getting eliminated, but there we have it. The gods have been listening to you a lot. I guess I need to pray them from now onwards. But we get to see a lot of cluster developing on the western side. TG is the team that now today, so now different stat. Yesterday, if you remember, Primos, they were nowhere apart from and away from Primos. So today in this only Erangel teams are getting in some different nick of time, but there we have it. The first knock has been made from the sides of
uh-oh,
XGeneration,
uh-oh.
and right from the bat go. In yesterday's gameplay itself, the
Oh,
grounders were everywhere, but JD was just not able to uh, just crush out this player. This time he will be eventually, and there we have it. The first finish secured, and there we have it. One more going in, Adnan from the sides of HR. So today's Erangel, I guess it is going to be pretty much adventurous.
definitely, dude. I mean, right in the first 2 minutes itself, we're looking at so many fights taking place in the kill feed as well. I mean, on our screens, we did see that spat that was being showcased from the side of Kamdeep. But indeed, as we move on along, it is looking like it is going to be an aggressive day for the side of these teams joining us
Mhm.
from the Pakistan region, as we do have quite a couple of knocks being showcased from the side of these teams, where of course X Generation were looking pretty phenomenal, but on the front of Quraysh Esports, that is not the affair because they've lost money. One of their players that brings them down to a three-man squad in the first 2 minutes of the game altogether itself. So not the kind of play style that was anticipated from these teams. But once again, I mean, this is day number two, right? So you do know for a fact that these teams, they've done their homework and they know exactly who they're up against. They know exactly who they want to bring down, basically, right? As they try and bring those drop contestations, basically.
All right, Team QWERTY, as you just mentioned, each and every team is now knowing where their opponents drop down, what is the rotation, because we have seen the map shift between Erangel and Miramar twice yesterday, only one Sanhok. So even if one Sanhok was played, we might not expect any sort of drop contestation today, because we have two Sanhok for the day, two Miramar itself. But starting day
True.
with the Erangel, we have the top 8 squads on the right hand side. We'll get to it, but 52x Rage. This is also one team that without securing any single chicken, hats off to them.
Exactly
They are
right.
still pretty much in the top 3 and top 4 contestation.
Definitely, dude. I mean, I definitely have to bring that cause to this team because this team has brought on the rage in the lobby with the elimination points working in their favor, with the consistent approach that they've basically got going on for themselves, thus bringing them to that fourth position. So, definitely going to be working towards the cause that is going to be, well, to try and stay in the top 17, which again, as of now, is not looking that difficult, is what I would say,
Oh.
because the difference between that 17th and 18th position is only 2 points. And on, well, talk about 18th position, here we have
Hmm.
TmwEsports on the 18th position with 10 elimination points, total points also set up at 10. So now this team on day number 2 needs to start working towards getting those placement points working for them.
No, definitely. If your gunpowder is not ample, is not enough for the opponents for you to take them down, you can definitely work upon the placement one. We have seen a lot of teams in the South Asia region that we just casted a week back, and then just went all guns blazing in the last day itself. That can certainly be the case. That can be the momentum thing that can go into the favor. But talking about momentum, pretty much in the favor of Quantum Rage. 800 total average damage that they have dealt in yesterday's 4 match. Total 20 elimination, looking pretty nice and tight. 53 total points, just I guess few points shy away from where QWERTY stands at the very first position. Today there can be a day where Quantum Rage can just seal the deal with the standing them at the top position. But this has all been the conversation about the top teams. We need to talk a lot about the dark horses. And why I'm calling the dark horses, because I want these teams to rise up and shine, to be the best in the region of the Pakistan. We had H2E on our TV screens. We just saw how low they are still in the top 20, pretty much struggling on the bottom of the chart, and so has been for the case of 4VTFD. So you'll be seeing from my side that I'll be rooting for all these teams from 12 to 13 to 14, be it H2E, 3X, NV, the Grounders. I don't really know how Grounders are anyhow managing themselves to go and settle themselves under so much of the bottom of the
True.
chart. They have been getting a lot of fights, but still on the 14th and 15th position. Not the case, not the way we actually like to be them at their place.
Definitely, dude. As you talk about a comeback story from the side of the Grounders, I am keeping my fingers crossed that they're able to deliver us that exact same today on day number
Hmm.
2, because this is when the countdown basically starts. And as you have mentioned as well as I, that when it comes down to these teams, they've got 8 matches in total remaining for their side. So yeah, a lot can go down in 8 matches. A lot of difference can be made in just a single match, as was showcased from the side of TUF. On the other front, as we move on through with our screens, which is going to be Team HR, that's going to be Hellraiser. Now this team, they did bring in a lot of evil eye basically on to the other opponents, but that has really not favored them too much, because they're stuck on to that 19th position as of now, with just 9 points to themselves with the 4 games that they have played yesterday. So they definitely need a lot more going for themselves. But again, I mean, nothing taken away from HR, because like I said, I mean, they did bring in a lot of evil eye against their opponents, because we did see them take on a lot of fights and a lot of sprays, but sadly those were not converted into points for their side.
Oh, definitely. A lot of finish point and just not getting it converted into finish point. Just the knocks, just the damage registered under the name, and we just perfectly saw it in that bottom half of the screen where the stats were being flow down from the observer side. But hold on,
True.
we are heading towards a fight between Romeo's team, and that is of Quraysh, up against the Reggie side. Reggie side has been looking pretty good till now, and now the fight is going in the area of Milta. So I'm expecting this circle, maybe the Igels are predicting to be in the area of Milta. By the looks of it, Bilal has been completely bled off. That means only 2 players, Sardarji and one more is still there, and Sardarji brings knock onto the face of Insane, but the
Ooh.
trade has been made. And since it's all pretty much done for Quraysh Esports, one player won't be coming in to save the player. Romeo Whitey has no option other than to shy away from all these fights.
Absolutely. He's got absolutely no reason to jump into that arena, because he's just a one-man squad. And right now for Romeo, the only thing he's got to do is to be able to survive and be able to push on through with only 8 minutes into the game. I mean, we've got 16 teams remaining. We've got 59 players right here. So the only thing that he possibly can hope for is to be able to survive for as long as he possibly can. As he move on through towards the zone altogether itself, we are looking at an interesting zone that is being brought on down towards, of course, the farm and shelter pretty much being in the center. And with that, the few teams that we can actually talk about that are going to be very close to the blues are going to be, well, 52x Rage as of now. But along with that, it is going to be HR once again. I mean, they're taking on those shots, they're bringing in that perfect burst damage that is going to be required from their side. But sadly, once again, they do not have that elimination point working in that favor.
Oh, definitely. But it's just the early half of the game, just the 9 minute 30 second into the game. I hope they will be able to convert all these burst damage, this damage in form of knock, and then getting a lot of elimination. 16 teams, 59 players still surviving the circle as it just constricted. I'm expecting a lot of fights, maybe going around Milta and Farm. Yesterday, there was a very kind of situation, if you remember that Erangel, where the circle shifted in the area of Milta, and for a long, long time, the majority part of Milta was left behind, was just relinquished with no teams. finding themselves in the vicinity. But as we just get to see, it's North Esports making a rotation close by where we can get to see in the backdrop. We had QWERTY, and in the kill feed, TUF is constantly featuring themselves on the left-hand side. That means they are getting the finish point racked up in their name. It seems that they have started the day where they left yesterday. And as we just move on, we have Abdullah on our TV screens from the sides of TUF. Up against to the side of Team Star, we have Emerge on our TV screens, and God Fury just got finished in a whisker. They are holding the southern side of school,
Oh yes.
maybe expecting the shift. If there is a hard shift towards the area of school, this is really a good place to play around. You have got couple of parallel ridges, but you need to be making sure, because there is a big hill on the back end side, and if you're backstabbed, you are in no position. You are just be the one that will be getting a lot of bamboozling point from different direction, and seems like TUF are in all mood to take the fight from all around. A minute back, it was Team Star, and now it seems that they are trying to cut upon the rotation of the Magnus Esports team.
Well, 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 that is interesting showcase from the side of Magnus as they have moved away from a fight. On the other front, talking about a different approach altogether being showcased, it is going to be TmW that was just in our vicinity that has taken on a few shots against the players of Hellraisers. So, an interesting approach once again being showcased from the side of TmW. But today is the day, the deciding day for the side of TmW, because they need to bring their game up on the other front. As we talk about bringing the game up, I mean, we've definitely seen TUF up their game quite a chunk yesterday in the final game with Edgar, Virus, Abdullah. I mean, all of them just coming in together and bringing in a banger of a performance and all the way into the top 10. So, I mean, this is a Team TUF, that was stuck on that 16th, 14th, 15th position for quite a long time yesterday. And then in the fourth final game that they had to play yesterday, they get a big boost along with a chicken dinner that they were able to showcase to us with 11 eliminations. So a big difference that is going to be just one game, and that is what these teams are hopefully rooting for as well, that just that one game and their lives can very well change. On the other front, talking about that one good game, well, let's see what Magnus shot is going to be bringing right now, because they've got that rotation from the Novo Rupnoy bridge, and this is
Oh,
going to be tricky because there are so many teams around in their vicinity as they make that rotation.
oh yes, they definitely do have a lot of teams on the eastern side of the map. The circle, to be more precise, we have at least 4 to 5 teams. The Grounders, R3G, and everyone just trying to get the best of the slots, the best of the spot, the best of the compounds in the area. And if that happens, the fight gets so inevitable. And likewise, on the western side, we just have the opposite case. Everyone is just sitting so calmly, so smoothly. But on the eastern side is where we expect a lot of action happening. I just saw
Oh yes.
Bilal Romeo from the sides of Quraysh Esports, the last man standing. He was way away from all these circles. He just needs to wish that as time passes by, he gets a lot of placement point for himself.
Definitely. I mean, that is something that, of course, we've seen from the side of Bilal bring in yesterday as well. On the other
Oh
front, talking
no.
about Quantum Rage, it seems like Quantum Rage is serious. Well, he's stuck in a quantum flux altogether, because he did see that little boulder, but definitely decided to just try and get his vehicle through it. I mean, it's not a quantum flux that is going to be able to do it, but nevertheless, never mind all that science talk. It is in the end going to be his vehicle getting a little stuck. On the other front is going to be North Esports, that's going to be very close into the vicinity, where indeed North Esports is going to be a team that we do need to see a comeback story from. On the other front, it is going to be Magnus coming into the kill feed, taking on shots against the players and bring in a knock against HR.
Oh yes, the knock is there. I hope, I wish. By the looks of it, seems that yes, finish will also be there, and there we have it. Kronos getting blown away with the buggy.
Oh
Magnus
man.
Esports looking pretty strong. They yes, that they dodged the fight against the team that we just saw 5 minutes back. That was against TUF, but as soon as they try to make a push all around the circle, they're just trying to find a better of compound from their sides. There we have it. North Esports in pretty much now they are not sandwiched until and unless from both the side. From front end, it is going to be TmW. From the back end side, it's Quantum Rage that can just break him down. There we have it. Khan with a well precise cook grenade onto the face of it, and Snaker seemed like had no clue from where the grenade landed onto his head.
Absolutely. That leaves HR with just one man surviving, if I math is correct. On the other front, from the side of TMW, they get that one and first elimination point working in that team's favor. So, definitely, once again, I mean, we've talked about this earlier as well. From the side of TMW Esports, the one thing that works in their favor is the aggression, but they need to try and sustain that aggression to be able to work towards those placement points as well as the day progresses on today. Right now, they've got one elimination point working absolutely pristine in that team's favor. With that, as you move on through to the map, we do have a little bit of a shift maybe happening. What do you think, Ankit? I mean, I would love to see a southern shift
Southern City.
from
Yeah, exactly.
right there. We go, dude.
That's
That
what
is
happened.
exactly what makes things that much more trippier right here.
Because there was a reason, there is still a reason H2E is going for that split, and I really wanted the split to get executed. And just because the circle is there favoring their side, the shoreline area of what Red is has actually captured for himself. Yes, now Hacker and rest of the players will be congregating all along, but what about the rest of the team from the northern side? They will be all in all just try to make a push all around, and in doing so, it is a lot of player that is just falling down. R3G Voltros going down, Khan from the sides of QWERTY, and TUF again featuring up in the left hand side of the kill feed, of the elimination feed. And there we have it,
Oh
the
no.
retaliation coming in from the sides of Team QWERTY.
Absolutely, dude. And I'm not liking the fact that it is TUF in their crosshairs, where indeed TUF was the team that was making a comeback, but it is going to be the first elimination. So we're down to 15 teams. Team QWERTY looking pretty confident and comfortable as they bring that domination streak against the players of TUF with that perfectly set up nade from the side of Anaconda. It is
Oh.
definitely going to be bringing in a lot of damage towards
What?
Virus and Edgar, and definitely not going to be,
Oh,
or rather, it is definitely going to be confirming an elimination for the side because I thought the previous nade should have done the trick, but somehow it missed its mark, but not for long because Anaconda was right around the corner.
and there we have it. One more grenade into the shack, misses the mark. But I was really not able to actually sense why the player from the sides of TUF sat on the backside of Buggy, because there was no smoke altogether, and the QWERTY had a real shy on him,
True.
had the crosshair set upon onto his head. But if you have the utilities working in your favor, why to take all these shots? You need to save your ammo for the last of the game. But there we have it, just the 14 teams, and all of a sudden, when this fourth circle made a shift, we see a lot of fight all together. XGeneration again going down, and they have been pretty much down and out, but still in the fight. HR becomes the third team to bid goodbye in this match with 52x range faster, getting a lot of finish point onto the name. It is again XGeneration, I guess, just the two players standing on the face of it. Magnus Esports, yes, they are taking the fight, but they need to make sure that they don't overextend. If they do, we have Magnus Esports to take care of them.
Absolutely, and a deal from the side of Magnus. Just one properly set up nade is all he needs to bring down this team. But will that be enough on the other front as we move on towards the kill feed altogether itself? It seems like Anaconda is on a killing spree as he takes on the players after TUF down through towards TMW, where TMW are getting a lot of damage towards themselves. But that's not it, because from the side of QWERTY, it seems like Destroyer has been brought down to his knees, and Gravity, with all of his best intentions and efforts, well, he is stuck to the buggy as of now, because this is going to be a really tricky approach to be able to get that revival story being showcased from the side of this team of QWERTY, because Destroyer is down and the blue zone is right around the corner.
Yeah, that is completely eating up, and with Magnus coming up into the fight, it is all looking good.
Eesh.
But there we have it, Gravity with the all-important knock, and the revival is still in the frame. It's still an incomplete story, but I hope that gets completed with 52x rage. Hearing all these shots, they know that they need to gatekeep the situation. They are doing it pretty quickly. They are doing it pretty well. But with the flank that is Anaconda trying to do and the circle shifting away, 52 rage, either if they finish up the fight pretty quick or they disengage. Else they won't be able to find a good position in the circle that has already shifted away from their side.
Absolutely. I mean, they're trying to gatekeep the situation, even though they're
Mhm.
not in the zone altogether itself. I mean, they do know that there are teams right around their vicinity, right around their compound, but they themselves do not have the comfort of the zone. And that, again, I mean, as soon as you pointed it out, it seems like 52 X-Rays, they've decided to actually go into the comfort of the zone, and they are going to be moving away from this from this entire situation, basically, against the side of Team QWERTY. But Team QWERTY, sadly, do have a lot of elimination points. That's not sad, but the fact is that they've brought themselves down a down to a two-man army. So that's going to be a tough luck situation for the side of Team QWERTY as they push on along in this 12-team affair.
Oh
And
no.
look at that zone, dude. H2E, you pointed it out. They're looking magnificent in the way they're approaching the zone.
I don't really know. It just felt like the circle should shift around because they were really trying hard to get the positioning working for themselves. And if someone like H2E is actually working this hard to get the positioning right, there is no reason the circle should tilt away from their side. And there we have it. 3 players still alive. But surprisingly, they are still not able to get at least one finish point racked up in the name. They are just allowing a lot of team to pass through by.
True.
The spray are going in, but still not pretty much connecting in their side. And then finally, we have Hacker getting that important knock. And 4V TFD are completely pinned down. I guess a couple of grenade can just do the business for these sides.
Absolutely, mate. But on the other front, I mean, as you talk about that waterfront, right? We've got two players. We've got Khatir as well as, of course, another player chiming in along, and that is going to be in a minute going to be showcased, hopefully. But here we go, Romeo YT, the one player that I was talking about. It seems like has been caught off guard from the side of H2E Dread, and he is going to be bringing in those elimination points for himself. But is this going to be the story that H2E were hoping for, or is this game going to be taken away from them?
I expect a couple of grenades. That is all I say. Don't let F2D survive under your nose. If you do, they can be the probable reason for your demise because they are still 4 men standing. I'm talking about
True.
4 VTFD. And all the finish point that could have gone into the name of, I guess, H2E, it's been secured by TFD.
Definitely, for now, it looks like a very good story for the side of TFD because the positioning that they find themselves in, they have a lot of information. They are utilizing that information to be able to confirm the elimination points for themselves. And as you move on through towards 2x Rage, I mean, that team is also looking banana right here because they are getting a lot of elimination points for themselves. So as of now, even though we're talking about H2E being in a really good, comfortable position with hopefully a lot of information, sadly, the elimination point is not working in this team's favor. And as I was mentioning, 52x Rage, look at that. They got a 3-man army with 5 elimination points. We've got the Grounders as well, who are looking pretty comfortable with the 4-man squad along with the 4 elimination points. But as you perfectly mentioned, I mean, TFD, 4v TFD, they are in a pristine position as of now. And as we look onto the mini map, that is the team that is in the blue, and that is a team that is looking very comfortable in the center of the zone right now.
Many tap shots connecting onto the head of H2E's player, and that goes down. That means the Grounders have a real good chance if they make a good smoke wall right through where they need to travel. That's going to be an outlandish thing if you talk about it. But since Shaftar was trying to make a move, they expected that H2A can just go passive because they just secured the knock onto the face of H2E. But that is certainly not the case. The Grounders really are having a tough time because it is, I guess, 30 to 35 meter to maybe 40 meter. They need to make a move into zone, and they have no ridge to play with. All they can do is just to swim around in these water bodies where H2 is just waiting as the fisherman.
Absolutely, dude. And along with that, I mean, I am trying to find where the second player of XGeneration is. I mean, we've got Thug in the waterways. Along with that, Magnus Esports bringing in a lot of damage, but it is going to be Mom2 who's going to be brought down to his knees. And not only knees, but getting eliminated altogether as well, because it is the Grounders who seem to have taken a charge in this fight. And the Grounders, sadly, even though they decided to go on the water, they gave all the information down towards the players of TFD, and that is the reason why they are down to a 2-man squad. 2 players that moved on into the water have been knocked in. This is not looking good. But once again, as you perfectly mentioned earlier, Ankit, TFD, I mean, they are utilizing their position so wisely like H2E was supposed to, but sadly H2E is not standing up to it.
Seems like H2E has no clue what they need to do. Yes, they had the good position working in their favor, but they have no clue whatsoever. But there we have it. TFD, they have clear sign of indication why they are right here. And now it seems like the bell has been rung into the mind of H2A. They are just trying to throw up the grenade. They know there's certain players under the water. But Khatir, I guess he has got certain part of land working in his favor. And that's the reason Khatir is just trying to steal the kill. Dread goes down and all of a sudden Khatir's one more knock. And that is something that I really don't expect for these sides.
Dude, H2E, what are
Oh,
you
no.
doing? Everything working in your favor, and still you let the
Exactly.
game get away from you. I mean, TFD, they are in such a blank point situation right here against H2E. If the utilities from H2E were brought on down towards the side of 4v TFD, this would have been an elimination, a squad wipe for the side of H2E. But sadly, that's not the case because H2E have been brought down to a three-man squad where Hacker finally has been given the revival, but Katir is still surviving right around the vicinity on the other front. As we move on through, let's see whose game this is going to be, because if we talk about the numbers advantage, well, 4v TFT is definitely going to be leading that chart.
Oh, definitely. 6 eliminations. And all these eliminations should have gone in the name of the team of H2, but there we have it finally. Magnus
Seriously.
Esports popping up their numbers. 52x Rage have no option but to get a lot of sounds, but a lot of bullets hounded from different directions. Rage is the last best standing. He can at no point give the revival, and he's already on the crosshair of Adil. If Adil blows up that vehicle, the McLaren, I guess that can be pretty much the case for Zen, as now Blue will also be eating up from the backhand side. But anyhow, H2E has been able to get all the revival done. I would love to see from now onward how H2E will be aggressing and approaching to all these fights, because the circle, by the looks of it, has shifted away, and the top positioning for which H2E has been proud of for the last 20 to 22 minutes is now away for themselves. So now they have to anyhow take the fight and eliminate 4 VTFD. If they don't, I guess they will be on a losing trot.
Again, I mean, I've no idea how H2E did not get this game. They had the
Uh,
information, they were on top of it, and still were not able to get the game for themselves. As we move on down through to the final few moments of the game, we've got 4 teams remaining. 4v all 4 players surviving. H2E with a 3-man squad, still looking pretty magnificent as we talk about that. Magnus has been brought down to their knees with a 4-man army, and TFD are going to be definitely eliminating the
I
squad
told you.
of the side of H2E, and that is going to be the
I
end
told you,
with a
brother.
3 elimination that they were able to get. Team H2E brings themselves down to their knees, and now it's down to the 2-man squad against the 1-man
Uh,
army of Katir. But yeah,
oh
that's pretty much it.
no.
That is pretty much it, and we've got the first game done and dusted with the first ever wonderful chicken dinner going on down towards 4v TFT.
I told you, brother. 15 minutes back, I told you if H2E is not able to take down TFT, that can be pretty much the
Beautiful,
reason
dude.
for their own demise. And they just made a trench in which they eventually submerged themselves under the water. And there we have it, 14-71. Today is a day of comeback. From yesterday's last match to today's first match, there is a change in story in a way or the other, that
Oh,
yes, certain
yes.
teams from the bottom of the chart have started making a comeback, drawing the inspiration first from TUF. This time it's the time where we need to celebrate, because 4v are already in the top half of the chart. That means more fierce competition is what all we expect from today's gameplay.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, this is the day, the deciding day that is going to be leading the story when it comes down to the Pakistan region for this upcoming PMPL season. And in that doing so, the team of, TFD, they have been brilliant. They have been absolutely miraculously awesome, utilizing that position to perfection and getting all those elimination points. And so many questions can be raised against the side of H2E
Hmm.
because, I mean, as you had so perfectly mentioned as well, right? As the zone moved on towards them, they were in the perfect spot with that split that they had going on. They had all the information, they had the height advantage, everything was working in
They had
that team's
everything.
favor, but somehow
Uh,
it was just taken away from them. And yeah, that's going to be haunting them for a while, but hopefully not for too long, because
uh,
the second game is going to be right around the corner.
I'm not sure if that was taken away. Rather, they just
Gave
that
it
was a
away.
robbery. That was just a
Yeah,
robbery. They left the
they
doors
gave it away,
open,
dude. I mean, honestly, they
and
gave it away. It
that was
was
a leeway. That was a leeway granted by
it was sad.
H2E, that yes, come in and thrash us hard. And towards the end, we just saw 4VTFD getting the chicken in their name. But there we have it. We'll get to see the MVP for this match. And it is Leon from the sides of 4VXTFD, the team that got the chicken. 636 damage, 24 minutes and 10 seconds of good survival time, 2 assists done, 123 healing done. But still, we'll get back to the question. We'll get back to the question: what wrong did they do? I guess there are a lot of wrong things that they've done, but for the moment,
Yes.
it's for the moment to look at the top 4 player from this match. Let's have a quick look. So we have Anaconda, we have Gravity again. This lad never shies away from getting a lot of finish point for his name.
Definitely. I mean, QWERTY had a really good game as well for themselves. I mean, Anaconda, we did see him in action along with Gravity, of course. There were a lot of wonderful fights that were being showcased on the side of these two players from QWERTY. On the other front, talking about the Grounders, they had a good run. They had a decent run, in fact, is what I would call it, because they were caught off because of the position that they found themselves as the zone moved away from them, and they tried to make that rotation towards through into the zone through the eastern fronts. But it was a good run for the side of the Grounders. As we move on through, let's have a look at the match summary. And once again, look at those grenade eliminations. I mean, it is just bonkers that the Pakistani region is so crazy with the amount of grenade kills that they're able to get.
Yeah, they're pretty much trained. They have been doing it pretty. I mean, the training ground and all these things, all these classics actually help them. Those on-spot on grenading skills that they have been doing it for a long time, and we have seen them doing so. And this time they again do it to perfection. One airdrop looted, 18 total revival done. I guess that's the highest that we have seen for this Pakistan qualifier. The last we saw was 12 or 14 in yesterday's gameplay. I don't remember the exact map, the exact match. But 302 meter of anacondas from the sides of Cortez Anaconda. That was the longest distance elimination that we get to see more often on the map of Miramar. But this time, the snakes sped it too long for their side. And getting
Absolutely,
this game.
dude. Absolutely. As we move on through to the match ranking, we've got, of course, TFT taking that wonderful chicken dinner, and the only team to be able to jump into the two-digit elimination mark. That is going to be TFT with 10 eliminations. And then comes in Esports, as we did see them make that rotation through the military base.
Blotter, top 8. How many teams? H2E, 4B TFT, Magnus Esports, the Grounders. So 4 teams out of top 8 in this match. Those are the teams. Why I'm pointing this out, there's a reason behind it. Before this match started, I guess all these 4 teams were on the bottom of the chart. And this very first game, they have realized the situation that it's better be done being said, and they are making it really pay for themselves. The Metershot, the team that was lacking in placement points in yesterday's gameplay, have got at least 15 for their side. But moving on along, we have 9 to 16. North Esports 1 for them side, Quraysh 1, Team HR, and we started the match with a bonker start, with a lot of players getting getting lost from this match in this very first half of the game, getting eliminated, to be more precise, on the sides of Quraysh Esports, and that was the reason. But still, was a pretty decent effort that was shown in from the sides of the last pair standing from the sides of Quraysh, getting 1 total point from this match. But moving along, we have the match ranking top 10 in front of us.
Absolutely, mate. And in that top 10, look at that 4th position held on by FS. With 4 games that they have played, they've been able to accumulate 27 elimination points along with the chicken dinner. And of course, that chicken dinner helping them getting those 26 placement points as well. This is a team that is going to be bringing in their playstyle in this upcoming game. But as of now, the top 10 looking pretty comfortable as we move on through to the second page. That is where, as you were mentioning, I mean, a lot of changes have been showcased on the teams that were sitting on that second half of the leaderboard, but sadly, not all of them. I mean, you've got North Esports, who have, again, I mean, they've played the 5 games, but sadly, not been able to deliver. Team TMW, once again, I mean, the team did have a wonderful, aggressive start in this game of Erangel as well, but sadly, just that 1 elimination point is what they walk away with. So once again, I mean, TMW, they are going to have to go back to that drawing board to understand exactly what they're doing wrong to be able to deliver and get their fans behind them to be in the top 17.
What really fantasized me, something to bring upon and some optimism to bring out of TmW Esports game style, is they have 11 elimination, and they have been in the thicks and thins of all these topsy-turvy performance that they have performed throughout the course of the last 5 matches. They just need to survive. They took this fight in this match itself, because before this match started, they had the 10 elimination. We just saw how TmW Esports got 1 elimination working in the favor. But it's just that they are not able to survive whenever this Pakistani lobby starts bamboozling everywhere. They
What
need to
I'm
find themselves
thinking
somewhere down the line.
is that for the side of TMW, the fact is that, well, all right, so they were able to, of course, qualify all the way through big thick and thin that they went through to be a part of these 20 teams, but now they need to utilize their brains more accurately to be able to understand what sort of rotations are these teams making, and then get that working for them. But with that, it is time for us to go on a short little break. We're going to be right back with game number 2.
Welcome back, gamers, to the day 2 of PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers. We're just done with the very first game, and
Oh
we will be
yes.
jumping in the second game. But what a day of comeback it has been. From the last game of yesterday, where TUF made a comeback, to today's very first game, things are changing in this PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers for sure, Blotter.
Definitely, dude. I mean, this is looking really good. I mean, day number two, the way this has started off, it is going to be an exhilarating ride as we move on through to the end of the day and look at that overall storyboard, right? Because again, the difference between the points is not that much, and every single game, rather, every single chicken dinner that I'm looking at right now has been from a different team every single time. So I've no
Yeah.
idea what this day is going to be anticipated upon.
Definitely, with the Erangel, then a lot of high stakes are still upon the Sanhok and the Miramar because I don't really know. The masala has been already set upon. With the
True.
Erangel, then a lot of teams from the bottom half of the chart making a comeback. We just saw for VTFD. A lot of point has also been shared between MeterShot and the Grounders, the team that was sitting, if you remember, the 16th, 14th, 15th position. I don't actually remember before this game started, but everyone is just getting under the groove. With
Oh yes.
TUF, even with one chicken shifting on the second half of the chart, but nothing to worry about. The viewers that have just tuned in, top 17 will be moving out of all these 20 teams because they are battling it out. They are meetling it out for a 3-day affair. Yesterday it was the very first day, and each team here will be playing all in all 12 games, of which I guess certain teams have played 5, certain teams have played 4. First game, we already know A, B, C, and D plays. That means E misses out, and that's where Freestyles and EV Team NB through XGeneration we didn't see them playing. But with Group D getting out in the next game, where Quraysh, Grounders, North Esports, and MeterShot didn't play in the next game, I would really want how Freestyle again comes in, gets the domination back again, because I can already see a lot of table toppling performance happening in this very second day of the PMPL Pakistan qualifiers.
Absolutely, dude. So perfectly said by you. I mean, this is the day of comebacks, and this is exactly what is being showcased from
Yeah.
the entirety of the lobby, where they do want to be able to bring in that comeback story woken in that basic team's favor. But sadly, I mean, this first game that we
Oh,
saw,
also,
yes,
oh, sorry for cutting you off. What wrong do you actually think? There was a lot of wrong things from H2E.
right?
If you
I was
have
just
to
about to point
just
out. I was honestly
point
just
it
about to point
out,
out that when it comes down to H2E, I mean, we're talking about comeback stories. For the side of H2E, everything was working in that team's favor. I mean, the positioning of their of that entire team, the zone working in that team's favor, but sadly, they were just not able to capitalize upon it. Let's see how the day is going to progress on for the side of H2E as we move on through towards the second game of the day. As so perfectly mentioned by you, FS is going to be chiming in along with Group E and D. Group D will not be playing. So we move on through towards match number 7, or rather game 2 of day number 2, where we are going to be jumping into the arena with Sanhok.
Oh, definitely, and the call has already been made. Everyone is just seated up it upon the C-130. This time, flying into the arena of Sanhok. Boot camp is pretty much visible, and whenever we see the flight, boot camp, even from far away, we can spot this city out.
Oh yes. Oh, you definitely can. Because again, when it comes down to boot camp, right, it is the place where you know fights are going to be taking place every single game you have on Sanhok. And that is something that, of course, is, well, it's almost like universal. It's going to happen. There's nothing that you can stop. That can stop that from happening. On the other front, talk about H2E's Hucker. It seems like H2E is having a little bit of miscommunication right here, where Hucker is playing a game of his own, but in the end, hopefully the team is going to be able to, well, push on along and get that synergy back for themselves, because that is going to be so very crucial if they want to be able to qualify through
Oh,
this
strange.
Pakistan PMPL. Yep, qualifiers.
Camp Alpha, no team. I guess this is the first time in a competitive lobby I'm seeing no team showing interest in going towards area of Camp Alpha. And the circle has formed now when the team have decided to jump on their perspective and favorite drop location. With no fight whatsoever in
Actually,
the area of Boot Camp and Paradise Sword, there was bound to have certain contestation onto the eastern side, because
dude,
already
look
this
at
is a small little
FS.
map.
Sorry to
All
cut you
right,
off. Just wanted to point out that
all right.
look at FS. I mean,
Uh-huh,
the
uh-huh.
fanned out approach that they've got. I mean, all 4 players having their own individual game, and with that, it seems like the first blood is going to be brought on along in the first 2 minutes of the game altogether itself. And sadly, it is going to be
Mm.
TMW that's going to be in the crosshairs of TFD right now.
And who is the one that is facing the brunt? It's none other than TMW. Seems the player that is hiding himself behind this small little wooden wall has no gun working in his favor. I guess he just has. No, he has. He has the mutant. That can certainly be the case. If let's get connected, that's
Ooh!
what I talk about. That's so
Hmm.
brutal. If you come in front of this any gun of this 7mm, that can be the worst case scenario for yourself, for your side. But that knock shouldn't
Wow.
have been the case. You just have that single or the burst mode, and surprisingly, that got connected. This time, it
Absolutely.
is again both team getting a lot of casualty working in the favor. I guess they just need to disengage, but I'm still hearing a lot of Uzi shot in my ear cups.
Absolutely, and that's going to be from the side of Cronus, from the side of 3x, where this team has taken on the arena and the battleground against the players of HR. Another thing that I actually noticed is the fact that we have 63 players in the game, where the first blood was just drawn in the other fight that we witnessed. That means one team has joined into this entire fray with only a 3-man squad. So we shall have to keep a
X
keen eye
generation
out.
that was.
That what team? All right, X Generation. There we go. Ankit with the keen eye, bringing in that awesome information that X Generation sadly this time around were only able to bring in the 3-man squad for their side. So we shall have to see what is going to be the result of their gameplay. On the other front, just 3 minutes in, so many fights taking place, and wonderfully enough, TMW still holding on the fort against whatever opponent that they're facing.
Yeah, they are certainly doing so. But onto the screens, we have 3x Esports going up against the Cronus team H2E. This time a head-on-head fight. They have to take it anyways with the smoke. A lot of angle getting away from all these
Uh-oh.
fights. They shouldn't have been this way. The fight is just getting out of their hands. It's just slipping away with each and every passing seconds for HR. The Hellraiser Cronus goes down and has been finished, and they have never looked in a touch. There we
Oh,
have it, a
come on.
complete squad wipe. R3G getting the last finish point to the name. So has been an equal share between R3G and 3X, I guess. Two for them and two for them, an equal fair share.
It has been. But Hellraisers, again, I mean, this is an org that is known to have been so very aggressive in the past. But this time around, it is not looking likely to be the case because the side of the Pakistan region is looking so very dominating from one team to the next. Along with that, as we move on through towards a comeback story, it is looking like TMW have found their perfect. Formula to be able to get that synergistic performance going on for their side, and we shall see if that'll be the case as they move on along with that. TFT, a game that was theirs for the taking in the previous Erangel map, seems like has gotten to their heads because right off the bat in the first 4 minutes itself they've already lost two of their players, thus bringing them down to just a 2-man squad with sadly 0 elimination points. So a long journey is what TFT is going to be facing with just this 2-man squad in the second map of second day.
Just imagine if TFD falls down right here. The team getting chicken in the last match, this shall not happen. That's what all I wish. But as you're perfectly mentioning, the positioning of freestyles, I'm still trying to figure that out. So yes, there we have it. On the northern side, cave two, we have Vasi and Tyrant,
Yep.
and onto the area of docks, extreme shore side, we have Black and one more player in the same vicinity. Camp Alpha completely been left out, and Boot Camp is where we might just expect the next fight as Team QWERTY and R3G are pretty close. They're just inches away. And since we have a vehicle in the name of R3G's one player, I guess
Oh,
everyone
wow.
knows, at least Team QWERTY knows, that there is someone in the vicinity. And then we have this who is going to be the lucky team? Who is going to be that lucky team?
So
We'll see.
true.
We'll see.
I mean, the airdrops being so very close, yeah, the lucky team that was able to bring in that perfect,
Oh
well,
no.
information. But on the other front, I
Knock
mean, talking
two,
about
come
Team
on.
QWERTY, QWERTY is looking like a gem in this entire lobby.
Mm. I'll tell you why. This fight is nowhere where R3G could have won. Since there are two vehicles under the name of R3G's two players, so we have at least 100 meter of sound sensors, at least 100 meter of sound sensor where we can get to hear the if certain players are actually trying to roam around the vehicle, and that gave an opening, and QWERTY were confirmed. And since they were confirmed, they had the complete option They had the approach of sneaking past all these grass, and since R3G, just unaware of roaming around all these gardens, they have been punished. And you better be prepared if you are moving all around in this Sanhok with a vehicle. I guess they are lucky if they escape the death that is pretty much presumptuous in the face of it.
Absolutely, and right now, Team QWERTY definitely trying to bring in that blow and confirm that, as you so perfectly mentioned, the information that they've been able to retain thanks to those sound cues are trying to get that elimination point working for themselves. And they've been able to, of course, get one elimination that is going to be in the name of Voltrox from the side of Regicide, but of course, that is not going to be enough because the game is owing, well, it's all pointed down towards the battleground, and you want to be able to convert the battleground into your playing field, and that is what QWERTY is working towards. On the front from the side of Regicide, they are taking it a step back, and they definitely should. I mean, they know exactly where the shots are coming in from. They're taking in the information, and now they are hopefully going to back off. I mean, it doesn't look likely because you look onto the mini map. The entire team of Regicide, they are pretty spread out. We've got Insane on our screens right now, who is keeping a keen eye out towards the side of Team QWERTY where the shots were being fired upon. But on the other front, his teammates, they are very well separated. So if at all one of the players goes down, because you look at the approach coming in from the side of Team QWERTY, once again, I mean, they're creating those flank angles, and
Mhm.
they are just wanting to try and get those elimination points. And if Regicide is not careful enough, it seems like Team QWERTY could have the upper hand in this fight.
Definitely, they can certainly have. They are creating the flank angle, and if that is not properly read by the team of Regicide, that's where they can get the demise. TUF pretty close to where the last two players standing, Dani and Vash. I can understand what they are going through. They are knowing one is in that crouch position, one is in the prone position. They see the death right in front of them, but they have to just survive on the mercy. It's so close for Dani that he's not even getting the heel stitched up for himself. I hope he still has those first aid, those bandages, at least one painkiller, and there we have it. As soon as he
There you go.
realizes the players, the enemies are away from us, that's the time I guess Tani will be getting the painkiller, and there we have it. The observers. Hello. Yeah, you are hiding. We know it for sure. But yeah,
Peekaboo.
certainly not the team of TUF.
Absolutely, mate. But again, on the other side, I mean, talking about Team TUF itself, right? I mean, you look onto the mini map itself. They've got this compound right in front of them, and they want to be able to enter it. They want to be able to get into the comfort of that compound altogether because the zone is definitely working
Interesting.
in their favor as well. But they're holding their fort. They're holding their ground because they've no idea if they're facing a four-man squad or a one-man army, and that is something that is definitely going to be helping out TFT for the moment, at least.
Definitely, that can be the thing that you just talked about it. When the paradise resort completely been vanquished, the circles make a shift. As soon as I said boot camp and paradise resort, the circle goes right away in the deathmatch center. We again have H2E. This time I'll be more interested to see what sort of performance H2E brings in TMW. The circle went away, Kampong away from all these fights. Magnus on the edges of the circle. Deathmatch center, we have at least two teams. Rage can also be the one with airdrop number 3 coming in. We have the AUG 8X. Not a lot of utility of usage in this map of Sanhok, unless we might expect some sort of meta developing with the snipers in the map of Sanhok. You don't have that enough time, but there we have it. Hold on. Freestyles are up against to NB. The knock has been brought down, and one goes for the revival. The fight is still far away, I guess, pretty 100 to 150 meter, and that's the reason they're not going for the push.
Absolutely. One more reason that you can add on to that is going to be the fact that FS is playing with a two-man split, right? We saw that earlier
Hmm.
as well, and that is something that, well, again, is in the making of an aggressive team, and that is going to be the reason why maybe they're not going to push on
Again, one
along.
bite.
But we do have the teammates maybe pushing on along to give that cover fire. Let's see if Tyrant and his teammate are going to be able to push on along with Avenger, are going to be push on along against NB. And it seems
Wow.
like, yep, they are on point. Tyrant
Oh
coming in
no.
exactly on point and bringing in that damage. But sadly, he's been third-partied against the
Oh
players of
no.
3X.
That hurts. You just try to
Yep.
be too smart for your team, and you try to be at any point be so much helpful for you.
Oh, come
and
on.
then you get
Oh,
caught off guard.
come on. I mean, see, this is so very brutal right now. This is class 101 right here for the side of FS. I mean, the only reason why Avenger and Tyrant were caught off guard from the side of 3X is because they were on a vehicle. And this is the exact same thing that his teammates are doing as well. So, as soon as you're on the map of Sanhok, being on a vehicle is certainly not going to favor you because you are giving away so much information. And this being such a small map, definitely you have to stand for the cause that third parties are going to happen. And that is where, I mean, nothing taken away from 3X. I mean, that was just pristine, played to perfection. It is definitely going to be FS in my books that has, is the reason why this fight did not favor them.
Definitely, and I guess more of what they did with the rotation, even if they did rotation, they should have checked their right. How were they so sure about it that no team is in the closer by vicinity? They were having a fight for at least 30 seconds. I guess that was pretty much done for them. So their side, the map being so small, with the second circle coming in, the blue coming in, and just before the third circle comes in, there is a small little bit of time where the teams goes for the rotation. So how are you so sure that no team is taking the aim set upon you? And all of a sudden, you try to take down one team, being oblivion of the case that there is no team on the backhand side. That should have been the case. More of what they made a rotation with the help of the vehicle. They should have actually checked the back, even if they make back, even if they made the rotation. That's where I see a fault line in their gameplay this time itself. With now again Magnus Esports, and that's what the beauty of Sanhok is. You try to third party a situation, you get fourth party, multiple parties, whatever you talk about it. But with Tyrant going out of this match freestyle, this is the very first game where they are playing for today, and Sanhok, the start has not been to a flyer. And this is a pretty slow start. Last time we saw Sanhok, it went to, I guess, the 8th circle, 27 to 28 minute. I
True.
guess we are pretty much to the same one.
Absolutely. Looks like it. Definitely looks like it. I mean, right now, FS are definitely choosing to stay quiet. I mean, they've got the information on NV as well as the third party situation that happened with 3X, but they are hoping that, being quiet in this compound that has already been given away to their opponents is going to hopefully result in their favor. But as of now, we still do have 15 teams surviving 14 minutes into the map of Sanhok, and the
Wow.
zone is looking pretty
Look at
comfortable for
QWERTY.
these teams.
Look at QWERTY. Look at QWERTY. I mean, Gravity destroyed on one side of the road. Anaconda and Khan, a complete four-man different split. And I guess apart from Gravity, there is no player from the side of QWERTY that is holding a compound. They're just holding the ridge. So they can all keep the situation for R3G. With Team Star making a longer rotation, with it taking a longer route, with Star going up front, I can get to see Quantum Rage. They are also up against with a fight against Envy and on the southwestern side with 3x again third partying them. This is looking so bad for a lot of team on the southwestern side.
Absolutely. For now, we do have those teams taking on quite a lot of damage onto themselves, and it is going to be the side of Envy that is not looking too good. Along with that, as we move on through, we do have towards the southern front the side of Magnus, who are also a little bit of a damage situation, is what they find themselves in. But hopefully, I mean, thankfully, in fact, I should say that there aren't many teams around in the vicinity. But let's see what sort of a shift is the zone going to be making, because any moment now the zone is going to be constricting, and that is when you see these teams that are at the edge of the zone, they are going to have to move on along, and as they do, the fights are definitely going to be brought on down to their face. With that,
Oh
TUF
yeah.
also in a little bit of a fight against the players of Ivy.
Oh yes, on the eastern side, I guess, where they're actually positioned in the gray and the light blue markers is where they actually stand onto the western, southern side, southwestern side of Bhan. Everyone in the center line of circle, or at least on the edges, but I'm still liking the split. How is Team QWERTY going to be approaching them? It is circle, which I might expect goes onto the western side for the next shift. It is going to be a tough affair for a lot of team those who are trying to make a rotation with Envy, a Quantum Rage, and the Grounders, I guess, still surviving, still settling up with the truce in the closer by vicinity. Even if they are not trying to take up the fight. I'm just waiting the fight, which may explode at any moment between Quantum Rage and Envy, and at any point, certain teams can third party this situation.
Well. We've got a snail pace performance being showcased from the side of these teams. We still have all 15 teams remaining as of now. Of course, we've only got one team eliminated, and of course, when you talk about taking on fights, well, they're taking their lovely time. I mean, 17 minutes into the game of Sanhok, and we still have 52 players. So definitely, they do know, these teams do know what is on the stake, what is on the line, and right here, it is going to be Quantum Rage trying to get the information against the players of Magnus, where Adil was caught on about, but it seemed like Sirius's approach is not going to be very serious about that, because he has the information, but he's definitely not going to be retaliating. Why? That is only because of the audio cues that he's been able to achieve, which is going to be from the side of Envy, that is so very close to the vicinity of where Quantum Rage's entire team is set up at.
Definitely, but I'm petrified at the position. Just imagine if QWERTY at any point decides to backstab Envy, or maybe Magnus tries to backstab Quantum Rage. That can
True.
just be pretty much done. With the circle shifting away from all these teams, now they have to either disengage, or even if they engage, they have to just rack up the fight and get it set. But the looks of it seems like IQ is the one that is aggressing pretty slowly and quickly with the crouch going in. He is pruning down. He is being the slithery snake. He spotted on at least one player. We just got to see. He has got the audio cue of the other one. So at least two players' information is known by the sides of IQ. Now he needs all these things coming up into the fight. But there we have it. Khan going down by the sides of Envy. And now all those bombardments will come in from the sides of IQ and Quantum Rage. And there we have it with one grenade onto the face of Envy. This grenade will just miss the mark, but Envy is the one that is engaging in a multiple fight. Knowing the situation, they shouldn't have thrown any shot against Team QWERTY, because they knew that Quantum Rage was a team that was pretty much close towards them, and now they have to face the Wrath.
They definitely have to. I mean, this is where the team on the side of Quantum are going to be able to bring in those elimination points, working in that team's favor. On the other front, talking about Envy, I mean, yeah, they're pretty much stuck in a very thick rock, because one side is going to be the side of Quantum. On the other front, of course, they are not looking good, because the numbers advantage that they had a few minutes earlier has been taken away from them, where they have been brought down to their knees with just a two-man squad. And along with all of that, it is going to be thanks to Team Star that we've got a team on the 15th spot getting eliminated, and that's going to be none other than 4VTFD. So we've got a lot of teams actually. I mean, if you look onto the live chart right now onto the right hand side of our screens, we've got only a few select teams who've been able to accumulate those elimination points. Apart from that, a lot of teams sitting on to that big zero as far as those points are concerned.
Yeah, definitely. And out of that, now it's time for freestyle to convert those zeros into those numeric numbers. And there we have it. Quantum Rage out of nowhere. They are just trying to make a push, and they can just perish under the humongous cover fire that is coming in from the sides of Avenger. But finally, Avenger has been taken down by the sides of IQ. But before that happened, the damage has already been dealt by the side of Quantum Rage. And I guess freestyles are down and out with the grenade coming in. Molly is coming in from the both inside. Black is burning. He need to patch himself up, but so has been the case of IQ. He will get the revival done, but the grenade and things are going into the favor. And I can get to see Black has been knocked down from the backhand side, and it's there where Magnus just say hello to all these fights.
IQ has had a really good game till now. I mean, he's been so aware of his environment. The way he's playing is so very brilliant from the side of Quantum Rage, and so important as well, because he's the one-man army who was able to get that revival on his teammates on the other front, also get the elimination points for their side. Again, when you talk about the side of FS, not looking too good, because they've only got that one-man army remaining right now, and that also is going to be moving away from their side, because IQ is right on top of it, and it is going to be all down to Wasi, but just a one-man squad, definitely not going to be able to make a mark right here against the side of three-man squad from Quantum. And again, going up against IQ, the way he's been playing, so very aware of his environment, definitely working in the dude's favor. He's going to be able to get those elimination points. But now is the point where third parties are going to be created as well. As we look onto that kill feed, we've got TUF taking on the players of well, Team Star as well, bringing in that aggression against TUF is what I meant to say.
Oh, definitely. But with that being said, XGeneration leaves the lobby, and we still have 11 teams, 31 players still surviving, with Magnus Esports now trying to just make a move into the zone. It certainly be the case where 3x can shine.
They definitely can. I mean, you look onto that live chart once again. They've got the 4-man advantage. The only team that has a 4-man advantage is going to be 3x as of now, and they are on top of that hill as well. So again, that is going to be working in that team's favor, but we shall see if they're able to capitalize on that or not. On the other front, as we move on through, we do have H2E bringing in, or trying to rather bring in, a lot of damage towards the players of 52x Rage, but will it be enough? As of now, Hucker is definitely on point with that UMP, bringing in that aggression against well, against Zen basically, but 52x Rage is a 4-man squad. With that wonderful approach from Pharaoh, it is not going to be easy for H2E to be able to pincer down and get that elimination point working for them, because that one gun, 24-9, that is just completely creating havoc against the aggression being showcased on the side of H2E, and in doing so, H2E has been brought down to just a 1-man army. So yeah, not the kind of spray and control and fight that H2E anticipated.
But this is a moment where Gravity and QWERTY can actually shine. The grenade takes down faster and follows up with a lot of utilities, but Gravity needs to make sure that there are other teams in this lobby itself. They need to take up the fight, but also the smoke has to be the case with TUF leaving the lobby. 3x, 8 finish racked up in their name, and this is also a team that I remember they were on the bottom half of the chart with 52x Rage.
True.
Pharaoh getting the reload done. It was a time where H2E could have been the case. Fred still surviving. Streamstar leaves the lobby, and 52x Rage with just one player standing. Pharaoh is still the one. He has the M249. He can still pull out certain wonders. He has left the bag. That means now he has to work upon all these bullet managements and all, because he doesn't have enough of it in the West and in what he has left for himself. And Quantum Rage gets out. Would love to see what approach Pharaoh shows from here.
Absolutely. I mean, just being that 1-man squad, maybe the snail pace approach is what we can anticipate from his side, but having that wonderful gun is definitely going to be working in that team's favor. Along with that, it is going to be 3x, bringing in a massive blow against the side of QWERTY, and alongside all of that, Pharaoh is going to be eliminated thanks to that blue zone. So that means we've got 5 teams remaining, 13 players alive in this arena, and we still have 3x with a 4-man squad. TmW looking pretty neat with a 3-man squad with 4 elimination points already confirmed for their side. So once again, I mean, this could be a moment of comeback for the side of TmW, but they better play it passive. If they start getting too aggressive, looking at that zone in the minimap, they are surrounded basically right now.
Oh, definitely. TmW, this seems like it, the same as you just said. Grenade comes into the face, Khan gets one knock arrow, and now the time for the follow-up utilities with Ali getting close to where it's us who know that yes, someone is close to where we are actually heading up into the fight, but they need to make sure that it's also Eevee that is having a keen eye onto all these fights. But the trade-off has also been made onto the face of Reaper. One grenade, if it comes in from the sides of Ali, 3x can have a lot of more finish point racked up in the name. And there we have it, increasing the tally from 11 to 12. 3x looks unstoppable at this moment with 2 to split. I guess that's their game.
This is definitely going to be their game if there is no other team that's going to stand up to them, because right now it is going to be TmW, Ibby, who's going to be so very close. He's got the information, and right now all he needs to do is just bring that aggression down against the players of 3x, where he has information not only one but against 2 players. But sadly, ouch, that's not going to be allowed, because 3x had set up a perfect bait against the players of TmW, and indeed in just a couple of minutes TmW is eliminated.
He stretched out the player. He just let him come in front, and that was a bait. And there we have it, a 3v2 affair. Cronus making out a push in the open. MetershotxSKY Hasu, and everything resides upon Zadu Zaidan, but he goes down a 1v1 fight. He shines upon, but then we have the cover fire, the reincarnation. It's the day of comeback. I told you, brother, first it was for 4v this time 3x Esports, and remember, it was also TmW till this last half of the game. They were a part of the latter half of this game. That means not only 3x Esports, not only Eevee, it was also TmW that will be getting a huge chunk of the total points from this match. With 32 total points, they are already on the 8th overall rank. I would love to see what sort of changes has been done from 9 to 10 to 12, and other team, what sort of a comeback have they made? Because Eevee, now remember, Eevee Esports was also a team that was lagging behind pretty much in this overall chart. And to just spice things up, this Sanhok was the perfect situation, the perfect bait, as we just saw how it was done and dusted by 3x.
Absolutely was. And again, I mean, I do have to point out once again, this entire lobby, this is such a dominating lobby because every single game that we jump into, we're looking at a different team coming up on top. We're looking at not only just one team racking up those points for themselves, every single game, it is going to be going in a different favor altogether. So, again, I mean, talk about day number 2 being a day of comebacks. This is exactly what the storyline is turning out to be.
Definitely, it's just the fear of losing out, as I every time like to say it. That's the reason that
True.
that has been lit up completely. It's the extra fuel that needs to be again sprayed all around that keep all the fights going in. But hold on, we just have the MVP, the most valuable player from this match, from and this time it's the Miracle. 3x Esports, 6 elimination, 967 damage, and they held the small little hut for a long time. And as soon as each and every team was trying to come in, they were just not granted any chance, and they didn't do anything silly as what H2E, if you remember, did in this last game of Erangel. This time it was a complete excelling performance coming in from the sides of 3x, and Miracle was the one that really excelled in all these fights.
Absolutely. I mean, perfect play being showcased from the side of Miracle from 3x. As we move on through from the MVP to the top players, we do have his teammates chiming along as well with Ali, Cronus. I mean, look at the amount of damage this team has brought into this second game of the day on Sanhok, where just the two players combined, they've got 12 elimination points along with the teammate. I mean, this is just bonkers stats showcased from the side of 3x.
Definitely. 3x, all the three players, Cronus, Ali, Miracle, they didn't give any chance for any team. If you remember, QWERTY was trying really hard. They were
True.
trying to give a huge amount of cover fire, and the fire that was being provided by the rest of the two players. Unfortunately, QWERTY, the split didn't work in their favor. And as soon as we just saw the construction of the circle, they kept losing out the player on different instances. And at the end, we just saw two players left behind. But I expected really those two players could do something different and bring something out of the business as what TFD did in the last match against H2E. But that was just not so allowed from the sides of 3x.
Definitely not, and that is where second game of the day is going to be bringing us down. Along with that, as we move on through to the match summary, let's see what sort of stats are going to be brought in on the second game. With Sanhok done, we've got another Sanhok actually, so a lot of action that is going to be set up for in store for the teams to be able to showcase to us. But with that, we're looking at total eliminations 57, total knocks 64. Incredible stats being showcased, but this is where you do have to bring up the fact that Sanhok is the map where you saw a lot at least in the previous PMPL season, you saw a lot of healing battles being done, but well, this is going to be probably the lowest one with only 5300 total healing done on Sanhok.
I guess, as you just perfectly mentioned, yes, you don't get a lot of time, and that's been completely shown in this time. As soon as the total number of team that was surviving till the 16-17 minutes, you don't get a lot of actual time even to revive down your players. And in that situation, you cannot have those syringe, those first aid kits working in your favor. That's the reason. But look at the total number of rescues done. It's still 18. From their team, all in all, 64 knock, 57 total elimination done. No airdrop looted whatsoever with the case, but let's just have a look at the match ranking. 3x Esports, a high fragging gameplay and high octane performance, and then comes a big drop. Half of what EV Sports was able to secure, what 3x Esports did. They stand at 16 total points at second position.
Absolutely. I mean, they needed these points. You know, I mean, the team on the second position, IV, they definitely needed these points. And that is where, once again, as you bring that conversation, we can talk about TMW as well, as they are bringing the number 2 into their favor as well. They are racking up those points. So a miraculous play being showcased from the side of these teams from Pakistan region. But indeed, in the end, it is going to be the top 17 that shall push on through with this sort of a perfect play being showcased from the entirety of the lobby. It is still out for the taking as to what those 17 teams are going to be, because every single game till now, it's been a different team getting that chicken dinner.
Oh yes, and the custom still continues. The customary thing is still out there. Regicide just getting 2 total points in this match, not a good one for them. Freestyle, they just miss up the mark. And I also remember the last day they played the Sanhok. Uh, I guess they did fumble out in that match itself. For TFD, not a good start for this time. All
True.
right, it was a chicken in the last match, but that's not the way you make a move. You have to be pretty much consistent. 0 is not what I was expecting from their side in this match, at least.
Exactly. I mean, what do I say? It's just sad, basically, for the side of 4v because we did talk about the team in the first few minutes of the game itself, and they had been brought down to a two-man squad. So the two-man army that was left, it is tough undertaking when you've got such a high-performing lobby to go up against, right? On the other front, I mean, talking about freestyle, they have been ups and downs. There have been a lot of ups and downs in terms of their play style and their gameplay. But overall, in the overall ranking in the storyboard, freestyle looking pretty comfortable. But Team QWERTY, the lead that they created yesterday, it seems almost unbeatable, where they are just racking up those points, racking up those elimination points, and in the end, well, all the other teams are playing a league of their own, where Team QWERTY is nowhere to be seen.
Definitely, Team QWERTY. Yes, they have 83 total points. I just perfectly mentioned. They are pretty away from the standards that that team has actually set upon. But has been a constant performance coming in from the sides of 52x Rage without any chicken. That's still on second position.
True.
But where are the other teams standing? Where they have the standard set upon Esports. After 5 match, we have them at the 22 total points, 17th position, but not looking good certainly for NV, North Esports, HR, 1 chicken each for 4VX, TFD, and also TUF. But that's the consistency where they lack upon.
Absolutely, and this is the game that TMW were waiting for, right? I mean, look at those placement points, dude. That is going to be mamma mia for their side, with 10 placement points that they've been able to accumulate as of now, 26 total points, and they are now joining into the fray alongside the likes of Team TUF and the others. So looking pretty comfortable for now, but of course, this is too early to predict if that is going to be enough, because we still have 3 more games left for the day, and of course, tomorrow is another day that they're going to have to undertake. So 17 teams, the top 17 teams is what we're looking forward to. But as of now, yeah, it is going to be a tough call as to predict which teams are going to be the ones in the top 17.
Definitely, but for sure, certain teams have edged up their markers. The point that they have been able to secure,
True
even
that.
if they lose out on a lot of match. I guess what they can actually do is just to have a practice set of the rest of the matches that they can actually play.
Right.
At the end, each and every team will be playing total of 12 matches, out of which certain teams have completed the 5 and 6 total numbers. As we progress all along the third game of the day, that will obviously on the map of Miramar, as now Sanhok and Miramar will be in the rotation. But before jump into third game, we will be right back after the short little break. All right, we are back with the third game to just start off in some few minutes. But what has been a game for the last two times? I mean,
Oh,
the day
yes.
started with Erangel, then we went on to Sanhok. Today has been a day of a complete turnaround. But let's have a complete look over what sort of course the day will take. With the Miramar to be played as the next game, we still have Sanhok and Miramar. Apart from this Miramar, we still have two games left. Day of comeback started with 4F TFD getting a chicken. Last game itself 3x. This time maybe certain team that is still lagging behind. But we have Team QWERTY, the team that got chicken in this last game. Yesterday's Miramar is pretty much sitting in this C130 in that true settle. But as soon as we inch and move into this background, you remember the last time Team QWERTY, they were being challenged upon in their own hut.
Absolutely were. But will that be the case? Will that be the same journey story for the side of this Miramar? Let's find out with that as we move on through to the flight path altogether itself. We've got, well, again, a pretty default flight path actually from the southeastern front of Puerto Paracio going all the way up northwest towards the Ruins Trailer Park region, and thus allowing these teams to have an equal share of the map altogether. But the zone is going to be moving itself all the way down towards the eastern front, where we do have Hacienda del Patron El Hazar kind of pretty much coming in along with Junkyard being the center. But now we are going to have to
Hmm.
look at where the first blood is going to be drawn. I mean, it seems in Los Leones, the city is bombarded with two teams very close. We've got Envy, and we also have a team in the green, which I'm not entirely sure, but that is where we can anticipate a first blood being drawn on the other front. Talking about the other teams, I mean, they are so spread out, they are so far away. And 52x Rage, I mean, the one thing that I've noticed for the side of 52x Rage is they always choose the
Yeah.
craziest of drops for themselves.
Exactly, and then that's not only about the Miramar. We have also seen them in the map of
Yes,
Erangel, the extreme
exactly.
corner, Zarki, Stolber. We have also seen them in the Zarki, as we just talked about it, Kamishki, Stolber on the northeastern side. And I don't really know, they have been successfully pulling it out. So the customary thing that we have everything set up on in our mind, what we have been casting all along, that not a lot of team that jump on the extreme corners are that successful, that comparatively, if you have the comparative analysis between all these teams, are that successful apart from those teams, those who jump onto the major city. And that's where 52x Rage has been completely making the propositions wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, they're bringing in that X in the name, being the X factor to the game that they are playing. I mean, it is just evident with the way that they've been able to, without a chicken dinner, get themselves into the top three, looking pretty phenomenal in terms of their approach. And I mean, mind you, when you talk about that Ruins approach on the Miramar region altogether itself, I love that area, dude. I mean, you've got that ancient mummy vibe going on all across. There's so many areas that you can explore down towards that Ruins region, and barely, or rather very very rarely I should say, do you have any team that will be wanting to go down there or contest towards that far south, based on the entirety of the map altogether itself. Because like you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, there are better regions to go down to rather than going out of your way. But it seems like right now out of your way is where TmW Zippy is going to be going, where bringing in the first blood, he is going to be getting that wonderful turn of events. But it seems like his teammate Harry has stolen the elimination point from him. So Ibi will not be able to get that elimination point. But nevertheless, I mean, in the end, TMW, that is what we are waiting and rooting for. That this team is able to make that comeback story work for them on this day number two. And yeah, it seems more than likely that they might just be able to put it off.
Oh yes, they definitely need to. Last game itself, TMW, after that Sela performance, in a better position to what they started the day with. And now the thing completely resides upon the rest of the team that is pretty much lacking in the total consistency. I really want to see what sort of performance freestyle do pull up in this match, because the last game that they played Sanhok has never been the case. Yes, they do still have the one more opportunity left at Sanhok. Would love to see how will the third Sanhok be working in the favor. But it's not just about the freestyle and all these teams. I really want to talk about team like Quantum Rage, Regicide, certain team that have got chicken. I don't really know what's the reason, but they have not been able to actually amplify their performance and emulate the same sort of performance. That has been the so competitiveness of this lobby.
And I'm loving this actually. I mean, honestly, I'm loving it. I mean, like I've been saying again and again, every single chicken dinner game that we've seen has been from a different team, which is phenomenal. So, off of the 7 games that have been played, every single game we had a different team take a chicken dinner. So that itself tells you how competitive the lobby itself is. And as we started off with the Pakistan PMPL qualifiers, we did talk about this, that the region is known to be aggressive, and it's not only one or two teams. That is what is standing out to me. That is what is making that much more sense to me, because the entire region is so very dominating that you cannot just pinpoint one team that's definitely going to be leading the charts or taking the storyline altogether to themselves. There is so many other teams that are still going to be pushing on forth, but that is also where you kind of draw the line towards, all right, so
Hmm.
fine, all the teams are taking chicken dinners, but which team
Yeah.
has been consistent? Now that is the conversation changer, because you talk about the team that is on the front, that is in a league of its own. Well, that is the team that is playing a consistent storyline from the start of this entire tournament.
I guess we're talking about Team QWERTY, right?
Yep.
And they are sitting pretty much in their old house of Hacienda del Petron, the vintage one, now pretty much getting fan out approach. I am loving the split from 3x, and this is the time when we need to look upon the split. Two players out of the zone, still pretty much having their loots getting segregated, and two players pretty much close. I guess they're still at least 900 meters apart from the individuality of the positioning of the players, with El Pozo still out of contestation. And I really wonder where 52x Rage are actually there, because this is a team that really have the orange marker in their name, and I'm not able to spot them out. So maybe they're still looting on the south, northwestern edge is what I expect, the trailer park,
Yep.
and they will be making the late rotation, and that has been completely working in their favor. So a lot of team makes late rotation, but then there are just certain creamy team, creamy players, those who pull it out so successfully. And I guess 52x Rage has been the certain one.
Has been one of those, definitely has been the case. On the other front, as you move on towards the center of the zone where Junkyard is the region to talk about, we've got FS being very, very close against the players of TMW. So this is where TMW better play it carefully, because if they want to be able to continue with the consistency approach that they showcased in the previous game, they are going to have to lay low. But will that be the case or not? Only time will tell. On the other front, I mean, 8 minutes in, we still have 16 teams, all the teams alive. Basically, we just had that one first blood situation. After that, it's been pretty quiet, but not for
Hmm.
long apparently, from the looks of it, because it seems like 3x is going to be contested, and as was just discussed, 3x is going to be playing a two-man split situation. So let's see if the aggressive streak that they were able to showcase in the previous game is going to be following them in this game as well or not.
Definitely, that is going to be thing to look upon. But far
Ouch.
away, 1,000 meter, and the player goes boom. JD has been knocked. R3G Voltrux this time, and this lad has been in the thick and thin. He has been the one that really gets caught off guard in the very initial half of the game. And whenever we see Voltrux, we have certain player giving that ample amount of cover fires, certain tap shots if that get
Come
connected.
on.
There we have it. Nocto getting the knock. This time it was not Vaz, and there we have it. The complete squad, not squad wipe, but certain players getting wiped out. And there we have it. Insane needs to be pretty much careful. But as soon as I say one more knock goes into the name, that means we are just left with one last player standing. Yes, this time XGeneration came with all the four players, but with no success whatsoever.
Absolutely, definitely was not allowed from the side of Regicide, where indeed the aggressive stance that they were able to bring in along for themselves has definitely given them the 4 elimination points in the first 10 minutes of the game altogether itself. But now they better start rushing and pushing to get into the comfort of the zone. 1,700 meters away. That's a long distance to be able to cover on this map, because again, I mean, the
Hmm.
uh, the basic stance of Miramar is the fact that you've got so many of these ridges that even though you might have a vehicle traveling across that 1700-meter distance is not going to be an easy feat. But that is something that, of course, Regicide, a very experienced team, does know for a fact. And again, I mean, the talk about consistency in terms of their aggressive streak has definitely pushed them through from one fight to the next. So R3G are going to be hopefully comfortably making into the comfort of the zone. But as they do, the zone also will be moving away from them. As we can see in the top right corner, we do have only 10 seconds remaining on the other front. As I did just look at the kill feed, 52x Rage. That is another point that I was just going to make, that the late rotation coming in from the side of Regicide is going to be against them, because so many teams are definitely going to be set up in the zone altogether itself. And it seems like 52x Rage were definitely able to get a few shots onto that rotation being made from R3G. But as of now, I don't see a kill point being confirmed.
Oh yes, definitely. 3x Esports, as you just mentioned, in the fight. And this is not a team that really shies away from all these guys. And there we have it, the opening knock. Every time we see this team, today is the day where 3x is looking absolutely a different team, a completely polished team, doing no mistakes whatsoever till now. I hope I don't curse them, because till now they have been doing pretty well. And they are just trying to flush out all these areas. They are making sure that no one is in under this component. There we have it, a complete flush going in. The 1-1 fight. This time he loses by a certain marker. But there we have it, a complete squad coming in from the sides of 3x with a lot of players just getting out of all these fights. 4F. They have also got the number reduced to just 2. And the revival will be done. 14-13 meter is not a long distance for 3x to make a rotation. But this has been a perennial problem for 4FTFD. Apart from the very first game that they played to perfection, the last game they lost out a lot of players. This game, indeed, losing 2 players, and the flank that was made from the sides of the team, from the sides of 3x, that was way too more. It was just one knock, and the call was made, go and push. And they were just not able to held to their fort. You have to be pretty much careful everywhere. 360-degree area, you have to just walk around, lurk around, and this is something where 4VTFD are lacking. And now where they are positioning, that's a dip. But if certain player gets them caught off guard, there is no way they can hide upon.
Not looking good for 4VTFD. I mean, in the previous game in Sanhok, they were down to a 2-man squad in the first few minutes of the game. This game as well, it seems like that is exactly what has happened against them. But to start the day off, they had a chicken dinner. So maybe, hopefully, they'll still be able to retain the wonderful advantage that they were able to gain in terms of the position in the overall ranking on the other front as we move on through to the map altogether itself. We've got Junkyard being the center of the zone, FS and TmW still in a very good contention position, but alongside all of that, through to the south towards Minas Generalis, we do have a lot of teams making that rotation and push, and that is where I'm anticipating the next fight to be brought along.
Exactly, but the fight is still going on between Quantum Rage and Envy up front. He's stuck. Ahmed can't do much. Just running here and there, just trying to dodge out the grenade and Molotovs. And finally, synchronized grenade comes in from 2-3 different direction, and there we have it. Ahmed going down. Envy also suffering a lot in this match. 117 meters is what the Quantum Rage needs to travel, and at the end, I would love to see how long this team will be able to traverse, because all these teams are making a late rotation, and in the blues, so now they're out of it. I was talking about 52x Rage.
Well, they finally definitely are out of that blues zone, but 4VTFD, the 2-man squad, are still finding themselves in the blues zone. As we can see in the alive position on the other front on our screens is going to be 3x making that rotation. The team that was able to bring in a lot of blows against the players of TFD, a 4-man squad moving on along with 2 eliminations confirmed for their side. And with that, the second airdrop being brought onto our screens is going to be the AUG along with the level 3 kit that is so close to the side of FS. And again, I mean, look at FS, the way they've positioned themselves. That is brilliant. They've got so much work in for themselves, but Team QWERTY bringing a lot of damage against that late rotation being showcased from the side of 52x Rage is definitely not going to be helping Pharaoh, and in doing so, Pharaoh is down on his knees in the middle of the road, and he is going to be knocked thanks to Anaconda looking brilliant in terms of his prey.
Definitely, Anaconda looking pretty ferocious this moment. Pretty fan out approach again. Last time that
Oh
didn't work out
man,
in favor, but that certainly not let their optimism go down. With 52x Rage making a late rotation, they are up
exactly.
against the grounders.
Not looking good. Absolutely not looking good. I mean, Team QWERTY's the Daku was able to bring in another blow towards the players of Team QWERTY, towards the players, sorry, of 52x Rage, and as Team 52x Rage made that rotation, then they moved into the crosshairs of the grounders, and this is not the kind of play was anticipated from their side, but that is what has been the result on this map of Miramar. With that, the grounders looking on to push on to that domination streak that they were able to showcase against the players of 52x Rage, are going to be pushing that again with that same streak and level of precision. But boy, oh boy, 3x, dude, this team has come on alive with a different play and spray altogether in this day number 2 of PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers.
Oh, definitely. And all of a sudden, Team QWERTY is looking so good. 3x again for finish. And it's just the 15-minute. Look at the way they're actually positioning. Everything just working in the favor. But now they're making a move with Kronos leading the chart. He sees the smoke and he, at the same point, he stops his vehicle, just trying to check. And now the call should have been made that yes, there is certain team with the Miracle from the backhand side. He can provide the ample amount of cover fire. But there we have it. Kronos again doing the business for himself, getting one more finish. 3x. They are certainly having the international strategies by the looks of it.
They are. They definitely are. I mean, this was a team that was playing it very low key yesterday, but today they are
Oh no.
definitely in
Oh
control of
no.
things. But
Oh no.
this exit from Ali on a very cliffhanger of an approach from his side, sadly, resulted in him getting a lot of damage on the other front. 3x's Miracle creating that flank angle against the players of Ivy are going to be able to rack up more points for the side of 3x, and this is where 3x are reigning and supreme with 6
Wow.
elimination points already confirmed for their side, and they are still hungry for more.
And they are going in. The call has been already made that yes, 2 has been completely pulled away, and there we have it.
Wow.
The closer by vicinity, the grenade comes in. I guess that will pretty much done a complete squad wipe.
Oh,
A
dude.
complete, as clean as a slate. You can see if you are a budding player, if you are wanting to find yourself somewhere close to the esports scenario, this is the way you have to have the comms going in. If you are in, you are completely in. And but then we have Team QWERTY getting a lot of
Wow.
beating with the Khan going out. It's QWERTY against FS. This is what we all needed, but finally we are getting in the map of Miramar. You remember yesterday we were expecting QWERTY to go against FS, but that fight didn't happen. This time we are witnessing this fight to go all in.
Exactly, and again, I mean, a few minutes ago, we were looking at FS being on top of that mountain, looking pretty comfortable and confident in the position that they had. But sadly, as the zone moved away from them, they got to know that there is a team called QWERTY in the arena as they tried to make that rotation. And in doing so, they have been damaged. They have been brutally damaged quite a lot, where FS Black is so far away to be able to help out his teammate Wasi, trying to bring in
Wow.
that opposition and going to be able to bring down Destroyer, and not only bring him down, but absolutely confirm
Whoa.
the kill. And not only that, Anaconda as well. What a
Come on.
brilliant play. But sadly, Team
Where is
QWERTY
Black?
is going to be able to get the fight. But dude, that was a really, really good positioning coming in from the side of FS's player. But sadly, like you said, I mean, Black is nowhere to be seen because he's so far away. He was on top of the mountain.
Oh no.
So by the time he reaches here, QWERTY is probably going to have to complete the job, and FS Black is going to be the only man surviving. But let's see if that'll be the case or not, because the smoke wall that Team QWERTY has been creating as of now seems
Here comes
like
Black.
they've no idea where the final player of FS is.
But now they do have, because he has
But now they do, right?
got a
Yeah.
lot of shots onto the face of Anaconda. So now, where was Black actually there at that point of time? What was his role in all these fights?
Oh,
It's the time where Freestyle's missing up the mark for the backhand side. Yes, QWERTY are getting a lot of shots, but the flank that is being created has been completely noted down. Anaconda, he still survives. He still survives. Gravity still survives. QWERTY is still hanging in this affair, but I guess this time the grenade can just do it for the gravities.
it seems definitely
Boom.
going to be the cause, and in doing so, it is going to be a perfect squad wipe coming in from the side of QWERTY against the players of FS. Now, again, I mean, a few minutes ago that we did see FS, they were looking so very confident and comfortable in terms of the positioning that they had in the zone, as well as on top of that mountain ridge. But sadly, as the zone moved away from them, that is something that, gods of PUBG are going to be bringing in that X factor, and this time around, FS was definitely not in their limelight. On the other front, as you move on through to the zone and the map altogether itself, Envy looking pretty comfortable because the only compound that I can see in the zone is held on by Envy. There's a very close warehouse right next to them, but doubt any team is going to be able to make it that far because there are so many teams outside the zone right now that third parties are now definitely going to be predicted as soon as these teams start
Mhm.
making that rotation.
And that can be the case with 19 and 31 players still left in the lobby. It is going to be a tough task for QWERTY to make a move. The Grounders are playing it so passively. They were they knew all these fights that were happening in, but they were nowhere to be seen. With 3x making a rotation from the left hand side, from the right it was Team QWERTY. Grounders should have at least made a cross onto the rotation of at least one of the team, but finally gravity has been pulled down. The onslaught that is coming in from the sides of Maxi Esports are jumping into all these fights.
Absolutely. North Esports definitely chiming in along, taking on those perfect sprays to bring in those elimination points for themselves. As of now, they've only got that one elimination, and along with that, the teammate Zamin has been brought down on his knees. So NES needs to be more careful about what fights they do choose to be a part of, because as they choose to be a part of fights, they
Oh
are giving away a
no.
lot of information on the other front. As we move on through towards 3X's position, they have been caught, and the Grounders, they are in a lot of control right now. But on the other front, who are not in control is going to be H2E, because Metershot, they are bringing in a lot of damage against that team.
Oh, the Grounders completely sandwiching TMW again, not in a position. And so it's the positioning where TMW, I guess, is pretty much lacking the time of the rotation. Because they
Right.
should have known that there is certain team that is already holding the situation. But hold on to my words, as Reaper has already done 2 players down, getting the finish secure. But as soon as he should have constricted his attention onto Shaptar, because he was also on the 60 HP, and the last player standing from TMW was also on 60 HP. The fight could have gone either ways, but nothing taken away. The Grounder has also been eliminated thanks to the downshot came in from the sides of Metershot. A lot of player has gone down by the Blues, and Blues has eaten up, but Metershot, along with 3x on the northern side, they now have to face the challenge, the upcoming challenge against Envy. With all the 4 players standing, Metershot are looking good. And you remember the last Miramar they played, they became, I guess, second or so in the last game of Miramar.
Absolutely. When you talk about Metershot, they have had a wonderful run. I mean, in fact, I would say they've had ups and downs. Not definitely a
Mm-hmm.
wonderful run, not a consistent play, but definitely ups and downs. But when it does come down to their play style, this is an aggressive team, and when they do showcase it, they absolutely rock it down to the core. And look at that aggression being showcased from the side of Elsie, where he's going to be pushing on against the entire team of Envy and going to be bringing in a
No,
perfect spray,
what?
but one man army against the 4-man squad of Envy, just come on. You better think again, because that's not going to be allowed. Or maybe I spoke too
Hmm.
soon, because look at that. Just in a blink of an eye, Metershot are going to completely devastate Envy in their own compound and not lose a single player. They are going to be able to give that revival. That means that they've got the compound for themselves with all 4 players still surviving. 5 teams remaining. 3x moving in from the top. Miracle, of course, going down thanks to Metershot again. I mean, Khatir definitely bringing in a lot of aggressive play. 10 elimination points already confirmed for this team. Youch is what the case is going to be. But in all of this, we still do have Quraysh Esports with 3-man squad. Let's see what Quraysh is going to be able to bring into the arena for themselves.
And Quraysh has all 3 players standing. Money bled long ago, and we still have Sardarji with each rest of the lobby players in the lobby. We still have, I guess, QWERTY's last player standing and really able to not figure it out. So there we have it, close to where Northeast Sports are positioned. Anaconda is still there. 46 total finish point. A lot of placement point is going to be helping them solve the course and not let and allow any team to get close to where they are still standing at the very first position. We already see that small little baby drop that can actually offer them all the 3 level kit, helmet, vest, and yes, that has been upgraded for the sides of Northeast Sports with a circle in their favor. They are looking pretty good with 3x going down one by one. Not looking good. Kaizen has been finished off. Just the one man standing. It was Metershot that didn't allow anyone to actually flourish in this situation. But now is the time that Ali will be playing it so safe. Has same be the case for Anaconda from the sides of Team QWERTY.
Absolutely, dude. Again, I mean, Mirashot, the way they've played this game, it has been phenomenal and ferocious at the same time. On the other front, talking about 3x, they have played their cards right. I mean, with just a one-man squad that they've got left remaining, they've been able to achieve what they came here to do, which is get elimination points for themselves, which is going to be line 9 eliminations already confirmed for their side. But now, Mirashot have the entire game working in their favor because the zone is going to be for theirs, for the taken. The comfort of the compound is definitely going to be working in their defense. And along with all of that, what a perfect
Hmm.
set of spray coming in from Mary. But sadly,
With no
it did
success.
not. Yeah, exactly. Sadly, it
With
did
no
not result.
success. But
It
the
was
spotting.
so precise though, but I don't know why he was not given or allowed to take that damage, Romeo.
I guess there was small little space between these 10. There was just a leg visible,
Yes,
but you really need to give out the way he actually spotted and a complete spray. The flick that you get to see, the small little recoil that is being controlled, that was just so spot on. I know why you are mesmerized because it's pretty tough to handle all these spray with a
exactly,
small little
exactly.
space on your
Ooh,
phone. But
ooh.
there we have it. Finally, someone is there to stop Khatir, and that's Romeo for you.
Wow, dude, that was so spot on. That was like a precise nade onto the face, and in that, Khatir has been brought down to his knees. But in doing so, of course, his information has been given away. Now, Romeo Whitey better be careful, and there we go. The nade coming in from the side of Ash is definitely going to be giving him a lot of damage. But, dude, as we spoke about it a couple of minutes ago, I mean, Quraysh Esports, they're definitely bringing the game
Oh
against the
no,
favor
Sardarji is
of.
burning.
Oh, yes, he
Oh.
is. Not looking good. So again, I mean, you take on the aggressive stance from the side of Quraysh Esports, you definitely are giving away
Mm.
information, and this is where the third party against the side of MeterShot has been showcased thanks to North Esports.
We are into the 27-minute. We will be pretty much in the next 30-second. MS,
Ooh.
the meter shot team, again back in the feet, and they are being allowed to do so because it was North Esports that for a moment
Yep.
dented the situation for Romeo and Quraysh Esports team. The grenade is just overshooting because he is on the cliff, he is on the small little ridge, he's on that inclination. But this time that grenade gets connected. We still have one player left, each from sides of Anaconda and Ali. You need to give credit to them. But finally, we have a complete wipe for North Esports. Just the 4 team, 9 players standing with the numbers advantage in favor of Meter Shot. The fight still can go in any's favor because yes, numbers are there, but the positioning is not the best what I expect from sides of Meter Shot because couple of grenades either from Anaconda or from Ali, what I expect they must be having in their bag, and they can
True.
be pretty much done.
Definitely. I mean, that's exactly the point that I was also about to bring up. That Mirishot, the amount of aggression that they're showcasing against the team of Quraysh is definitely on point, but they best be careful and look at the alive numbers as well. I mean, they know that they're a four-man squad, but they cannot anticipate the other team to have a five-man army. So that means there has to be another team around in the vicinity, and that is the calculation that Mirishot better be able to right now sustain because,
Hmm.
well, as you so perfectly mentioned, the third party from the side of Anaconda or 3x Azali could be the deciding factor as to who gets the chicken dinner. And right now, Bilal from Quraysh is overextending himself. He also needs to be careful because as soon as Anaconda and Ali bring themselves known in this fight, yeah, it's going to be a tough battle.
One good thing that Halsey has done pretty in his favor is that he has got the smoke on the right hand side. That's completely denied the vision. Even if Ali could have wanted to take the shot, he was just denied to do so. And now this smoke actually allows him to gather a lot of information. He's trying to gather how many players still positioned, but there we have it. Bilal with that opening knock onto the face of Halsey with Mary flank angle created. Ali and Anaconda is still pretty much quiet.
Ooh.
The finish could have been secured, but finally we have Anaconda pushing up and completely eliminating 3x Esports. Anaconda and QWERTY have come a long, long way in this match with this one dude getting a lot of placement points, at least 10 from this match, 9 elimination, 19 total point is guaranteed for their side. Now it
Dude,
completely depends upon him if he gets the fight in his favor because he's letting QWERTY and Metershot
yep.
fight themselves.
Exactly, that's what I was just looking at, and he's just so patient right now. Team QWERTY's final player, Anaconda, is so very devastating in this final blow, and in that doing so, Quraysh Esports and Metershot have been brought down to a 3v3. But, correction, it's a 2v2 affair, where indeed Metershot are now going to have to push on along. As soon as they do so, Anaconda is going to come on alive and showcase his
Oh.
domination, but will it be enough for his team to get that chicken dinner? Dude, this is such a close battle between these three teams.
But he's getting the revival then, and the flank is being created from sides of
Look at that
Ashy
nade.
Nose, and Anaconda is there. Grenade comes in pretty close. I'm just waiting for the moment to detonate, but that was a pan. That was literally a pan that
Oh.
was thrown. Everyone in just the face of it, and with the Ash creating that back flank
Wow.
angle, we are into the 30th minute, and Anaconda gets a knock on the face of it.
Wow.
Katanji going down. Quraysh Esports completely eliminated, and now it's done and dusted for MeterShot. A complete 30-minute match, I guess, for all these qualifiers. This is the longest duration that we have witnessed in this Miramar. Last time we saw yesterday's gameplay, it went down close to 29 minutes. This time it's complete 30 minutes. 2440 damage is what MeterShot expressed in this match. But you need to give credit to Anaconda, the way he
Yes,
held his fort
definitely.
in that situation. I know that's pretty tough. I know what he was going through. There was a lot of team. But in the end, he got also those finish points. He eliminated Quraysh Esports with the blink of an eye. And at the second point, we have MeterShot with a total 29 point. A big jump. That means now 52 Rage, I guess, has slipped away from second position. We'll get to see in the overall ranking. But what a game this was. Yes, they
Yes.
were playing slow towards the 22-23 minute markup. But this was same sort of situation when we saw the last days Miramar, where everything came to a standstill. No one was just giving their sounds away. But as soon as Ali was eliminated from the sides of 3x, it was Anaconda that eliminated. It just went all blazing.
It definitely did. I mean, I'm speechless. The way QWERTY's Anaconda played, that was just down to perfection. And indeed, in doing so, he has definitely picked up the pace for the side of QWERTY, and the points, the placement points, as well, of course, the elimination points that are going to be working in that team's favor. But overall, of course, MeterShot did get a wonderful chicken dinner winning team, because, again, I mean, you do have to give credit where it's due. MeterShot, they pushed on against the entire compound that was held on by Envy, did not lose a single player, and still moved on to get that chicken dinner against all the odds. So, because again, you talk about the odds, Quraysh Esports was right there. They were bringing in so much damage, they were bringing in so much hurt against the players of MeterShot, but they did not deter, and that is
Uh,
what resulted in them moving on across.
Quraysh Esports just got choked from the left hand side because they couldn't have moved. From the right
Yes.
hand side, there was already blues that was coming in. So either way, they chose the left one, but they didn't know that there is someone just waiting on the left
Dude,
hand side, and that
also, like, if
went with
NES had
someone.
not been there, right?
Mhm.
Like, if North Esports had not been there, it would have been very close, because you're talking about Quraysh Esports, very well known players who could have probably
Mhm.
taken down MeterShot if they did not have
Definitely.
NES on their flank. But sadly,
Uh-huh.
that is what resulted in them being brought down to a two-man squad.
With Khatir
But
becoming the MVP, this is looking good for MeterShot, brother.
yes, definitely, dude. Definitely. I mean, 9 eliminations, 723 damage done throughout. So that means he stole a lot of kills, definitely. And no assists altogether itself. But as we move on through to the top 4 players, we've got Bilal coming in from Quraysh Esports along with Anaconda. This dude definitely has to be a part of the top players, because he played it to perfection in this map of Miramar.
Look at the survival time, and he survived all alone. Lonesome.
Exactly.
So if someone is watching the game, how to survive the 101 that you talk about, the perfect example and exemplary performance coming in for the side of Team QWERTY. And this is the thing. I guess that Team QWERTY will be taking it course as an optimistic sign that if you lose out the player, how do you survive in this situation? How do you maximize? How do you profit yourself? That's the way you do it. With that being said, we move on to the match summary. 58 total knock was able to secure 57 total elimination, 3 grenade finishes, 15 total rescue done, and 1 airdrop looted. We just got to see it was Bilal from the sides of Quraysh Esports in that 26 minute.
Absolutely, mate. With that, as we move on through to the match ranking, we do know who got the chicken dinner, but Team QWERTY, a well-deserved finish for their side, thanks to Anaconda and his play. Of course, moving away with that 22 points. So, once again, I mean, look at the top 3, top 4 teams. So many elimination points that they were able to get for themselves.
Exactly, 10 for QWERTY, as just mentioned, 7 for Quraysh. They have been the gunslinger throughout these all matches in this, not just only in this match of Miramar, we just also saw the commenced match in the map of Sanhok and Erangel. Quraysh Esports has been just bamboozling the lobby. North Esports finally there's a ray of hope
True.
for them. 8 total points. Grounders grounding down their opponents. 5 for them. Regicide, as you just perfectly mentioned, a lot of elimination. 100% of the total point was secured under the name of elimination.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on through to the second page on the ninth position, we do see Team Envy, who did have the circle working in that team's favor, who did have the center of the zone pretty much, but again, they were not able to sustain the meteorological changes that happened thanks to Metershot, and of course, that resulted in that team walking away with 0 eliminations, but only the 4 placement points along with that. As we move on through, as you were mentioning, 52X Rage, they are going to be displaced from that second position in the overall ranking because the game definitely did not work in their favor. So as we move on through, they have been pushed on down to the third position with just 1 point shy. Is going to be 3X Esports pushing their luck quite a lot. I mean, amazing day for the side of 3X Esports. But yeah, Team QWERTY, once again, they are playing the game to perfection. They've got a league of their own going on right now. Right? Agreed. Agreed. A little bit, a little bit. Once again, the only team that does not have a chicken dinner finding themselves in the third spot is going to be 52X Rage. And if the story is to continue on along, maybe now it's time for 52X Rage to get that chicken dinner, because every single game, once again, every single game that has been played right here at Pakistan PMPL Qualifiers has gotten a different result in terms of the chicken dinner winner team, which is phenomenal. Absolutely abysmal, the stats for that, because I mean, I've casted so many tournaments and every single time you end up getting 1 or 2 of those teams that end up getting, at least 2 chicken dinners. But this time around, till now, there has been none. Every single game has gone on to a different team for that chicken dinner winning factor. True. Yes. Yep. Exactly, dude. It is so crazy. It is so crazy. The way the day is turning out to be, basically, right? And it's just absolutely bonkers. Which is again something that me and Ankit were talking about in the break as well. That it has been almost. I don't remember what tournament there has. Honestly, I cannot remember a
Uh,
single tournament that I
I'm
was
so
part of
speechless.
there
I
where
guess
there was
that's why.
no single team taking two chicken dinners. I mean, this has to change now. I
And that's
want
why.
to say in the next two
Uh,
games there will be a team coming up that will take a second chicken dinner. Let's see. Let's see
I hope.
if anybody stands up to that. Let's find out.
And to an extent, I've been so speechless. My mouth just went on blabbering, and no voice came in. That complete shows what sort of performance has been shown by all these teams. But all what I was talking about, I now want the viewers to keep close ear to it. It's the day of comeback, starting the day
Yep.
with TFD, last game, meter shot. It's on the one side QWERTY. So you have two pillar on this qualifier. It's one side QWERTY and the other side different teams in different game just popping in and coming up. What else better than other team? Maybe NV coming up in this next game of Sanhok itself, because Sanhok, as the name suggests, we already know what sort of performance any team that can just come in. 3x did perform in this last match itself well, but I really want to see freestyle in this off map because today they
True.
have been pretty quiet.
They have been. They definitely have been pretty quiet as well. And another thing that I do want to point out is the fact that, as you so perfectly mentioned, right now, this fourth game of the day, we're going to be jumping
Mhm,
into Sanhok. Now, talking about Sanhok from this aggressive lobby that we are a part of from the Pakistan
mhm,
region, Sanhok, for some odd reason, one of the maps that should be the quickest, has actually extended for quite an extended period of time. I mean, we're talking about Sanhok games that have gone on to upwards of 27, 28-minute markers. So
mhm.
with that, let's hope that this one is going to be a quick one. Let's move on along. Have a look at the schedule, where this time around Group B is not going to be participating. So we've got Group A, C, D, and E coming in, joining us for this fourth game of the day.
Oh yes, this match itself, Group B will be sitting it out. So that means Regicide, Quantum Rage, Team H2E, and TFD, the team that got the chicken the very first game itself, will be sitting it out. But there we have it. The call has been made. Jumping straight into this arena of Battleground, and that is going to be in the map of Sanhok with 52x Rage. I really have a strong expectation. I really have a strong uh, what do we call it? Strong optimism coming in from this time that 52x Rage maybe this time just can have the chicken for themselves.
Let's hope so. Let's definitely hope so. But on the other front, something that nobody will ever want to predict, or not predict, rather say, right here, who's part of the viewership as well, is going to be, how about TMW taking a chicken dinner?
Hmm.
I mean, it's nothing to laugh
Idea
about.
sounds
There
nice.
is a
Idea sounds
possibility.
nice. Yes, definitely. But how are they gonna be solving that course? How do you think so?
Oh, dude, no idea. As soon as I
Hold
said
on,
that, talk
water,
about a
Paradise
curse.
Resort, Paradise Resort. Sorry to cut
Oh,
you off. We
yes.
have two teams. No, please carry us.
No, that's absolutely fine, dude. Because again, you were talking about 52x Rage wanting to get that chicken dinner. Hopefully, this might be their game, but they better deliver it. Because right off the bat, in the first few minutes of the game itself, talking about that first blood, 52x Rage is definitely going to be a part of it. As you mentioned, Paradise Resort, that is where we do see Metershot, who had a wonderful aggressive approach in the previous game. Well, now they're going to be in the vicinity of 52x Rage. So they are going to have to stand up to their opponents and see if that will be allowed for Metershot, or it will be 52x Rage who will be the ones who will reign in supreme. As of now, we don't have first blood situation happening, but that is only going to happen. Well, it's bound to happen basically in the next few minutes, because those teams are so very close. Talking about the other teams, they are very fanned out as of now. They've got their own different respective drop locations, so nothing contesting against the other teams. But for the side of Metershot and 52x Rage, any minute now, we are going to be looking at that fight taking place.
Oh
Oh,
yes.
or maybe not actually.
They are trying to disengage, but Thug has been spotted down by Kadir. And Thug knows the way he has actually jumped. He knows that, yes, it's
Yep,
Kadir.
he knows.
Uh, let's just see where the fight goes out. As you perfectly mentioned, I would too comply to your words. I want this Sanhok to be as fast as hell breaks out loose in this map of Sanhok, because after this match we'll be moving on to the last Miramar for the day itself. Last Sanhok was pretty extended one. We don't get to see often a lot of 24, 25 minutes of finish yet. That ended pretty quick in the last time itself, at the last pretty minute. But the meanwhile situation where 10 to 18 minute, no one showed even a small bit of interest in taking up the fight,
True.
and Paradise Resort has been completely vanquished by both these teams. So what we were expecting, I guess, 52 X Rage and also Metershot are doing just opposite to what we expected.
Anticipation has gone against us definitely, because right here I was predicting that we would have seen a first blood situation between these two teams, but sadly that has not been the case on the other front. I mean, just following along as to what you were mentioning, right? Talking about Sanhok are the maps that are so very quick, or rather are supposed to be so very quick, because the map itself is so small. But from this aggressive region, what we've seen is, well, Miramar being that much more aggressive, because we've seen yesterday 12 minutes in, and we were left with only 12 teams on Miramar. So, and that compared to the stark difference, the way the same aggressive lobby plays on Sanhok is so very passive. So now it seems like when it comes to the map of Sanhok, teams are that much more careful as to how they approach situations, how they approach fights. Earlier,
Hmm.
it was more of a just a run and gun sort of a situation is what the teams were doing when it came down to the map of Sanhok. But this season on, from the side of Pakistan region at least, it is looking like they are going to be taking a slow paced approach, especially on the map of Sanhok as of now.
They are trying. They're really trying to do so. As we just get to see that finally
Ooh,
becoming greedy and trying to take the coup RV becomes the one bad reason for Meter Shot to fall down, and one good reason for Rage to get that important knock. I guess there is no way the player that can be saved.
exactly. I mean, interesting is what I would say, because we did predict that 52x Rage and Metershot are the ones who are going to be converting the first blood situation on Paradise. That has not been the case, because they left Paradise both exactly at the same time. But after a few minutes, they definitely have crossed paths, and it seems
Hmm.
like Metershot is definitely the ones who are going to be losing one of their players, where Halsey has been caught off guard, as you so perfectly mentioned, trying to get that coup. He will be the first blood of this game thanks to
Oh,
52x Rage.
what?
But through
Pharaoh.
the trees, Pharaoh getting a little bit of damage thanks to the onslaught being brought on from the side of Metershot.
Definitely, and that's a well spotted by Ash.
Yeah,
I guess that fight and the shot that he tried to throw away, that is pretty far away, at least 250 meters is what I expect. And the control that you all these players bring day in day out, they are just practicing their things out just to become the better and the better in this lobby, and be the veterans in all these, getting the mastery degree, getting all these things into their favor, has brought so close to their side that yes, they are able to do and pull out such wonders. But moving our conversation and constricting around 3x esports, today has been their day. I don't see 3x esports falling short in this match or maybe the next one. They've been so good with their cover fire, their rotation, the timing to which they move in. In the last game itself, they were just left with two player. Ali was the one that survived for a long, long time and that managed to secure at least 9 to 10 points in this match. So 3x is a team. Yes, they go all guns blazing, but they play with their minds and with the minds of their opponent.
they definitely do. Along with that, when it comes down to playing with the mines, it is going to be the grounders who are going to be definitely destroying the mines this time around. With, of course, Mr. Black taking that first airdrop AUG coming into his favor, along with, of course, all the level 3 kit that is always going to be part of an airdrop, of course. But as we move on across, still we are looking at teams getting the information, retaining the information, but not necessarily capitalizing upon it as of now. But now it
Oh
seems
no.
likely to be the case where they will, because Team QWERTY's Gravity has definitely gotten a lot of information as 3x tried to make that rotation, and in doing so, they have retaliated. Miracle is down on his knees. They just need to get that elimination confirmed. But from the side of 3x, it seems like Kaizen, yeah, he did have that nade parade going, but sadly, it resulted in falling a bit too short.
Disengagement is all what I want from the sides of 3x, but will be it be allowed from the sides, as now Miracle, they are really trying hard. By the looks of it, seems like yes, they are going for the revival with Kronos trying to create that flank angle. Doesn't have the best of the best loot, but finally has been finished off with Kaizen going down. It's down and out for 3x Esports. Disengagement, I guess the call should be heard from our side because there is no way they can engage and be proud of being in this fight because already the height is in favor of Team QWERTY. If they try to push and extend, it's only 3x that will be losing and will be on the losing case.
Well. For now, that is going to be too early to predict because we still do have two players remaining from the side of 3x, and that's going to be Cronus as well as Ali. And, well, maybe they might just be able to get.
Oh, finish his own teammate. Come on.
Dude, okay, I spoke too soon.
Come on. I told you,
Yeah,
brother. There was no
no
position,
way.
no
You're
control
right.
whatsoever.
You're right.
No control whatsoever. And there we have it. Kronos going down. I mean, absolutely. Is this the curse that the casters are famous for? I guess
I
that's
guess so. I mean, we have to really own it. We have to really own it. That yeah, we were just talking about how amazing the day has been for the side of 3x, and you just mentioning that there's no way that this team should be able to falter down. But as soon as we spoke about it, they walked right into the crosshairs of Team QWERTY. Where Team QWERTY are now the ones who are pushing on forth and trying to be the lions of this jungle of Sanhok, where they are pushing on to get that final player from the side of 3x, and it is going to be Ali, who's got that audio cue. He's trying to, well, he was at least trying to use those utilities and grenades against the players of Team QWERTY, but it seems like that is not going to be likely. And 3x Esports' final player, Ali, is going to be left all out by himself. So, just like in the previous game, Ali is all by himself in this game as well.
Ali can still be the one, as you just mentioned in the last game. Ali knew how to survive the onslaught, the wrath that comes in. With QWERTY, a big flanked in approach from the boot camp, the backhand side to the area of boot camp. They have a complete control. Look at this, where Destroy is actually positioned and where the rest of the players. They're just hunting it out to get the
True.
last player standing. The blood, they have tasted it and now they are used to it.
Oh, yes, they definitely are. And as we move on through to the map itself, of course, we are looking at, well, decent amount of approach being showcased from a lot of these teams, and they have their own segregated areas set up for themselves. So as of now, when it comes down to contestations, well, not a lot of contestations that can be anticipated, but Team QWERTY's play on that boot camp could very well result in them walking away with a chicken dinner this time around. Let's see if that'll be the case or not. Let's see if the prediction that I made is going to come live or not, where I do want to see a team that already got a chicken dinner have a second chicken dinner in this game. But as of now, it's far away because we still do have 15, or rather, my apologies, all 16 teams still surviving.
Definitely, we do have. Apart from the three-player that has been lost to the cause, we have certain players too that have fallen prey to the setup that has been made by all these teams with 52x rage. I love the approach. Daku is the one that has gone away and is letting all the teammates to
Dude,
cross the road. But in the closer by vicinity, we
right?
see meteor shot. Yes, I did saw that little purple marker, and it's
Wow.
none other than Halsey. He doesn't know that it's Daku pretty close to him. But far away, we have Romeo Whitey getting up to the fight. Magnus Esports, Cairo goes down, has been finished. But seems like by the looks of it, where Daku's crosshair is again and again hovering, he knows that Halsey is there. The push is being made. The call has been made that yes, just go in and bamboozle the team completely. Magnus Esports are in the wrath and in a huge trouble.
Absolutely, and that's all thanks to, of course, Quraysh Esports, where they've been able to accumulate one elimination point against the players of Magnus, and of course, Magnus is down to a three-man squad.
Wow.
Along with that, a perfectly set up nade coming in from Mom2 is going to be bringing down Zadarji, and once again, I mean, every single time we move on to the map of Sanhok, we're talking about it again and again. Not entirely sure what the entire lobby is doing when they start utilizing vehicles. They're giving away information. Zadarji pushed on along with that McLaren, gave away the information, and that perfectly set up nade from the side of Mom2 from Magnus, yeah, definitely had to result in at least some sort of damage, and that was, of course, Zadarji in the process. And now we've got Respect taking that flank angle, but
Oh
well.
no.
Quraysh was money
Hello.
from Quraysh was like, hello, I know where you're at, mate. I know exactly what you're doing. Not allowed.
Definitely, and Magnus Esports just trying to be the smarter one, and now it's the crosshair by the sides of Bilal set upon Adil. There's still a chance that Magnus Esports can just disengage the fight. There is no way they can just go all guns blazing in this fight because already losing out two players. But will that be
True.
allowed? That's the question because the high ground advantage is already in the favor. But as soon as I said that, a
Woo!
deal with an absolutely knock out of from nowhere. The flank was being tried to create, and again the grenade is being pulled from his side. It was Mom2 that had that golden hand going in his favor, but he's trying to trace out the player's direction where he's actually hiding. This is not the way, Adil,
Eesh.
you try to spot out the player. You should have been
Damn.
prepared rather. What do you think that it was Quraysh Esports trying to retreat? No, why should they be? But then we have a close affair. Then we have a pretty close affair between Daku and Khatir. I really want the observers to switch upon the scenes coming in from the sides of boot camp.
Exactly. I mean, they're so close. They are so very close for quite a long time. And that is how the game started off as well, right? I mean, 52x and MeterShot were the ones that we were predicting to bring in that first blood as well as damage. But this time around, once again, I mean, they are close. They're really, really close. But, well, they're not taking on that damage whatsoever at all. I mean, Ash right here is just sticking to the ground like a worm on the other front. Daku doing the exact same thing. You know, I mean, literally, he's doing exactly what a Daku would, which is going to be, well, stick on behind the rock, wait for Gabbar Singh to approach, and then before you know it,
Wow.
just jump on along and take on the hands. And that is something that, of course, Magnus is also hoping and rooting for. But let's see if that'll be the case or not.
Exactly, we have to still wait for that. But this time, the circle constricting still around the areas, and I love the positioning of TMW onto the area where that's the place that connects all the three islands, Camp Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, and that's where TMW are actually positioned. With the circle shifting away, I guess it's a time where 52x Rage might be just going away with Taku giving a lot of shots onto Ash. Yes, he gets the better half of all these fights. Halsey already pulled away. There's no way, I guess, Ash can be saved, and Khatir is already facing the Wrath. Meteor shot, they are being completely ripped apart. From the backhand side, XGeneration are
Absolutely.
coming in, and it's just a matter of second, I guess, where Meteor shot might just be flushed.
Not looking good. Definitely not looking good for the side of MeterShot because one side they of course did have 52x Rage, and now it is the X generation that is completely pushing on along, giving away a lot of audio cues towards Mary, and that
Oh,
is what is going to
finally.
result in, of course, the team of MeterShot to be able to get a little bit of damage showcased towards the side of X generation. But again, the numbers advantage working in the favor of X generation may be the
Oh,
thing that this team was waiting for,
come
and that's
on.
exactly what ends up happening. Where indeed X generation do lose Doc, but in return they are going to bring down the side of MeterShot down to their knees, and in doing so a lot of damage has been blown across through to MeterShot, where they had a wonderful game in the previous game, but sadly this
Oh
time around
no,
they're not going to be allowed.
X-Rage.
But now 52x Rage, they heard all those audio cues, they were waiting, they were very very quiet, and now it is going to be up to them to take down X generation.
They just came in. They see all these four potential finish point in the name, as two has been secured in the name of X Generation. Pharaoh again the one who's leads the charge in this fight itself. He's the one who has aggressed a bit, and he has all the information collected in his mind, and he will be passing it for sure to his rest of the teammates. That yes, they are trying to retreat away from all these fights. They are the one who feels like that yes, we are not the part of these fights, but Pharaoh's the one that completely brings and turns the table around behind this big rock. We have Thug hiding around with JD and Psycho still surviving. We still wait because they are on the edge of the circle, and I guess no team can approach to them, and the fight can might just extend for a longer if what we expect.
Well. I guess that is not going to be the case because if you look onto the mini map, X Generation have decided to not be a part of the fight whatsoever at all. They've left Thug over there just in case if the team of 52x Rage tries to deliver a blow. But overall, that is the passive approach that is being showcased not only from the side of Thug but also from 52x Rage. So, yeah, X Generation
Oh,
have
the
definitely decided
scapegoat,
to move away from that
the lamb.
situation.
The scapegoat is certainly going to be Thug. He is going to be sacrificing himself for the rest of the player. Now, since he has given a lot of shots, it is going to be 58 2x race that will be charging upon. But is it the case? Seems like Thug is also the one that is pretty much quick on his feet, and as soon as he gives the shot, he takes another rock that is pretty much away from what he hit himself the last time. And now he needs the cover fire from his rest of the teammate because his job has been done. Now is the time for the rest of the teammate to do his job to save this guy out of trouble.
That is so true, mate. That is so very true indeed. Because we can see again in the mini map, Jaydeep and Psycho, they have created a flank and they have definitely created a wonderful approach where indeed, if at all 52x Rage tries to deliver a massive blow to the players, it is not going to be allowed. On the
Wow,
other front, as we move on
QWERTY.
through to the zone, look at that. Destroyer. I mean, we spoke about this long time ago. Team QWERTY looking really comfortable in that zone as of now. And we still do have the 15 teams remaining. So it's not like a done and dusted game for them. They're still going to have to really fight their way through. But it is possible because they find themselves in the center of the zone.
But it's kind of weird, Laura. 18 minutes we are into, and with just one team down, 50
Exactly.
teams still
Sanhok, I
in the
mean,
lobby,
wow.
51 total player. That's the fear of losing out because the team know that there was it's a day where we have two Sanhok and two Miramar, so we cannot just play silly, and that's where we can see the fight now breaking hell loose after 18 minutes.
Well, it definitely is. As of now, we do have HR. That is going to be Hellraisers taking on the damage against or
Oh,
to the face
boom.
of the Grounders themselves. And the Grounders are in a little bit of trouble, but seems like they are going to still be able to manage to get themselves away across that situation because the fourth player will be given the revival. But they being out in the open, HR having the comfort of this compound, is this what is going to be the a scapegoat or situation for the side of HR where they will maybe make a comeback situation for themselves? Because yeah, this team needs some points. This team definitely needs a lot of points.
Oh yes, no two doubt about that. But there we have it. The knock going in and the finish also been secured. The Grounders
Ouch.
making pay Hellraisers, as you like to call it, at the HR. With three men still standing, we have Mr. Black, Shaptar, and Sensei. That Coop has been blown away. Really feel sad about that. But now the grenade and the utilities comes in, and he hears that in the face of it, and Shaptar is the one that has given the call that yes,
Ooh.
someone has made the flank. A complete synergistic effort. A complete synergistic push is what I expect and what we see, because as soon as he knew,
Wow.
he heard that sound cue coming in, and Sensei is the one that is just picking the slot, picking the spot, getting the bullets connecting on the head of the players and the opponents, and the rest of the cleanups are being done by the players from the sides of the Grounders.
Wow, what a fight that was. I mean, that is why the Grounders is known all across, you know. I mean, this is a team that knows exactly what they're doing. They've got such an amazing situational awareness. On the other front, we've got Envy taking on the fight to the face of FS, where indeed it is going to be Dr. Fate bringing the fate against the players of FS, and in doing so, Freestyle have been eliminated. Freestyle are not being given the kind of opportunities that they were creating yesterday, but today it seems like, as we were mentioning during the
Sanhok.
pre-game segment as well, right? I mean, the freestyle is
Hmm.
just being completely blocked and not being able to retain that sort of a playstyle for themselves. With 11 teams remaining, 38 players alive, with 20 minutes into the second last game of the day.
Freestyle's completely choked. They don't. They look completely clueless if we see them in the map of Sanhok. You remember the last game? Freestyle completely left away pretty quick, pretty early. The very first day also, and this time both these matches,
Yep.
Freestyle need to crack the code for the Sanhok, because yes, you have a good map on Miramar and Erangel, but what about Sanhok? You need to get at least 8 to 10 points. I don't demand. I know it will be much for my side if I ask them to get at least 15 or 20, but at least get a decent point to maintain that average. But that being said, we have Team QWERTY that is playing pretty good. Now they're out of the boot camp area with Khan still holding that angle. This was a team that pretty much dented the situation, and the reason why 3x are out, the credit must goes to the Team QWERTY. But far away, we have fight going in the blows. We have Envy up against EV.
Absolutely. I mean, again, this is a team from the side of Esports. This team needs to get a lot of points for themselves, and that is exactly what they're doing against their opponents in the name of Envy. But on the other front, or the forefront of this entire battle, is going to be Quraysh, because they have the, or rather, QWERTY, my apologies, because they have the top ground, and this is where this team is going to shine. And with that, they've got 4 elimination points already confirmed,
Wow.
confirming that all the way on to
Oh, through
5 to
smoke.
8 points from looks of it. Because again, I mean, Team QWERTY, there is no stopping this team. There is absolutely no denying that this is a very, very good team. They know exactly what they're doing, and every single opportunity they get, they are going to destroy their opponent.
And look at the way they're just while actually trying to figure out the player. It's not only that they are trying to gather information in the closer proximity, far away, 250 meters is where his crosshair is actually hovering around, and Gravity gets the kill, the finish point of Sardarji. And now, after eliminating EV and NVs, and it's the time for Quraysh Esports to go down. They are not looking
Uh-oh.
good with T2F up into the fight. It's the water area where Star finds themselves in. One low toss grenade can do the business. Lot business for the team that is holding the top rock, that is going to be of T2F.
Absolutely. From the side of Star X, it is definitely seeming like emerged a bit too soon from the water, and indeed, in doing so, gave away his information towards the players of TUF, where the two players that are on top from the side of TUF are going to be Abdullah and Thor, just bringing in a lot of damage to the players of Star X. But of course, we do know that the update does allow you to be able to, well, give that revival even though you're in water, but it seems like that's not going to be allowed, where a
Oh
lot of
no.
players in the water are being caught off guard, and from far away, it's going to be QWERTY's destroyer destroying the players of Quraysh. So yeah, Quraysh also not having a good time right there.
So water, Molotov into water. So all right, that's just about the physics that we get to see. So as soon as the health gets depleted down, I really wished these waters could have actually saved them to getting eliminated. But guess what? We have T2F getting that flank created, and it's Thor. He's the one that actually creates the flank, the X factor that comes in the team of Thor. But you have to better be prepared because it's Team QWERTY reigning in supreme. Everywhere you see a fight, two teams going in is the third party approach, and it's none other than Team QWERTY chiming in every time. 8 finish onto the name with the Grounders 7. It's going to be tough affair for the Grounders if they try to ground down the players of QWERTY, because they have a huge chunk of the zone, and all the 4 players standing, 9 finish point already onto the name. If they only play any silly game, that's only the way they can fall to prey, and that might be the reason for their demise. Apart from that, I don't see any other reason. And as just mentioned, this can just be the game where we might see a team getting the second chicken dinner twice.
Well, it definitely looks likely to be the case. We've got 3 teams remaining, 4 players alive from the side of QWERTY, where they are dominating against the players that are remaining. And with that, only 2-man squad from the side of TmW. I mean, of course, they are just going to be working towards those placement points, and there is nothing. But hold on, in the kill feed, we do have Khan with just a sliver of an HP, bringing in a lot of damage towards the players of QWERTY.
Khan versus
Anaconda
Khan.
has been brought down to his knees, but again, the numbers advantage working in favor of QWERTY will get them that chicken dinner. An amazing approach being showcased, and in doing so, the team to get a second chicken dinner, the first team rather to get a second chicken dinner, is going to be from the side of course QWERTY, where they get this Sanhok with a 13 kill or 13 elimination point.
What a
along with,
game.
of course, an amazing performance.
151 damage. Are you kidding me? In a map of Sanhok, you don't have a lot of opportunities to actually spot out the players in that. A damage equivalent to taking down 20 players in the lobby. Oh my god, that's where Team QWERTY shined upon completely. And I guess with a thumping victory, they will be completely cementing their very first position. But with that being said, TMW again one consistent performance. Yes, we had that Khan versus Khan. One Khan from Team QWERTY, one Khan from TMW. But the Khan that won this match had the real backing for the team from his
Exactly.
teammate side, and that was of Team QWERTY. But credit needs to be given to TMW. The way they actually held their wrath, held their nerves in this map of Sanhok, it's no easy for them, because we just saw a lot of players, a lot of team just shivering down, getting down under the water. It was Northeast Esports was trying to make a move. There were a lot of team actually just trying to get in, and in that situation, it was TUF gatekeeping situation from the rock top for Team Star. It was an all easy affair for themselves. TUF again one good game.
Definitely a really good game. And with that, we've got one more game remaining for the day. And another thing to actually talk about is going to be all right.
Mhm.
So the second chicken dinner has been confirmed for the same exact team. Now, another thing that I do want to bring up is going to be, well, apart from one game, all the other chicken dinners that we've seen, we have seen a high fragging chicken dinner winning team. I mean, from 18 eliminations, 17 eliminations, 14 eliminations. It's just bonkers. The team that ends up getting those eliminations ends up getting that chicken dinner. With that, this time around, it was Team QWERTY, and the MVP is going to be from the same team that is going to be in the name of Gravity with 6 eliminations, 1,017 damage, along with 2 assists done. So a GG play being showcased from the side of Team QWERTY altogether, I would say.
Oh yes, definitely no two is doubt about that. And Destroyer and Gravity has been the two pivotal players, the two main role, player, the two pillars, the two standing pillars for QWERTY's success to what we have seen in the last 6-7 matches that they have played, whatever be the case. With the grounders getting a lot of grinding machine. We had Sensei getting a lot of finish pointers. Name. We moved towards a match summary, where this time we have 6,654 total healing done, 21 rescue in the map of Sanhok. So things are changing, of course, in the map of Sanhok also.
Absolutely are. With that, as we talk about those knocks, we've got 63 knocks, but only 54 eliminations. So quite a lot of players were caught off guard simply based on the play zone altogether itself. And again, when it comes down to the zone, I did absolutely love the way the zone actually constricted and moved these teams to make that sort of a rotation where so many teams, I mean, so many teams were definitely caught off guard. But well, that's what the game is. That is how PUBG gods are going to be working against you every single game that you play.
Oh, definitely. With the longest elimination going into the name of 283-meter Sensei, things are looking pretty good for them. And with that, we move on to the match ranking. We have Team QWERTY, 28 total point. Quraysh Esports, 14. TUF again getting a good game. The last time they also played, they had a pretty decent affair. TMW finally again 14 total points, not bad, Blotter. 12
True.
placement points and 2 elimination. Whatever way the floodgates has been maybe open for TmW Esports, that's pretty much acceptable, and they will be grabbing it with both the hands open.
They most certainly are. And not only them, but again, I mean, if you talk about 7th and 8th position holders, that's going to be IV Esports as well as Team NV. Both the teams needed these points, and that is exactly the moment that they capitalize upon and of course get those in terms of the elimination points. So once again, one thing that can be very well confirmed for the side of the teams coming in from the Pakistan region are the aggressive stance that they are able to bring in. The elimination points completely confirms that, where the teams, even though they're on the bottom of the leaderboard, they are still so very aggressive that they're able to walk away with 4-5 eliminations. On the other front, though, sadly, NES not looking good.
Oh yes, no two ways doubt about that. And yes, as we just talked about it, we'll get to see on the ladder of the table chart. But for 1 to 10, everyone is looking pretty good. 101, 102 was the Team QWERTY's total points last match, and they have increased their tally, and now the difference is significant enough to
True.
actually carry forward, actually make a move. If they want to get the lead reduced, Metershot needs to play all guns blazing in the next match itself. 52x Rage Esports, yes, they have been pretty doing well. Again, claiming the third spot. 3x Esports, not far away. 67, 63 for Quantum Rage. Quraysh Esports has been doing pretty good. And if I'm not wrong, Freestyle, this is the way they actually played the last PM so that we cast it together. Somewhere onto the 7th, 6th, 5th position, getting one
True.
chicken was the only thing that they were able to get in all these 16 matches that was played in the 4-day affair, 4 matches each. But with that being said, we move on to the 11 to 20. So we have EV at 30th, and we all know that only top 17 teams out of 20 will be moving on to the upcoming PMPL. And in that, Team NV has a good chance, just 2 points shying away. North Esports, I talked about it, the hope, the glimmer of hope, the ray of hope. 7 points away from what Team NV has been able to secure. HR has been completely away from all these fights. So anyone from grounders to H2E, 4VTFD, anyone can make it through.
Absolutely can. There's nothing stopping them but just one good game. That is all that it's going to take for them to be able to push on along into the top 17. And as so perfectly mentioned by you, that the points are so close. The points are so very close that it is still a possibility. Along with that, I mean, we're going to be moving into the final game of the day, and we'll see which team will it be that'll be reigning in supreme, because after that they've only got 4 games that are going to be played. I mean, 5 matches in total, but for an individual team only 4
Yeah.
games that they'll be a part of tomorrow, and that is going to be the deciding factor as to what teams are going to push on through with this Pakistan region's PMPL qualifier.
Oh, definitely. And with the Group A sitting in this last match itself, because we're pretty much done with all these 4
True.
games, QWERTY, 52x Rage, and XGeneration and TmW Esports will not be the part of it. I guess TmW Esports have done pretty nice from bottom of
Yes,
the chart. If you remember, they have pretty much done for their gameplay in the last 4 matches that they have played
absolutely.
for today's gameplay. But that being said, we'll move on to the next game. That will be the 5th game of the day. But before that, we will move on a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, folks, to the day of comeback of the PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. We are just done with the four games, and we still left with one more game that will be played
Oh
on the map
yes,
of Miramar. But what a day it has been for 3x Meteor Shot, whatever be the name, TMW. We three on a break talking about TMW's performance from bottom half of the chart. It has been a long saga for them, Lauda.
definitely has been, dude. But again, I have to ask you, what are you going to predict? I mean, I've been predicting quite a lot, all right. In the
Mhm.
entirety of the day, I've been predicting quite a lot. Now, for the final game that's going to be played, what is going to be your prediction when it comes down to this game? What team would you want to see bring their level best gameplay?
Mm, I really wanted for Quantum Rage, but since Group A will not be the part of this last match itself, now since 3x Esports in a form, uh, it's really tough for me to actually get the team name for a chicken. But 3x Esports, they can be the one in the top position with the IV Esports as we're talking about. Also coming out of favor, I really want freestyles to actually shine in this last match of Miramar. Miramar Group A won't be the part of it. B, C, D, and E. But since, we talked about all these teams, the call has already been made. I'll take out three names: Magnus Esports, the Grounders, Freestyles, and then we have this flight path going in from the northern side, La Cobreria, western side. The flight path has taken its leap downtown towards the area of Chumasera. We have everyone just seated in this one seat C130, and it's a pretty tough affair for all these teams to make a move. We are down to the last match of the day two, the day of comebacks. It has been for a lot of team. We talk about TMW, H2E. It has been a long day for them. But now, with that being said, Quantum Rage, they need to actually evaluate their performance and imitate what they have done in the very first day of the map of Erangel, I guess, where they got the chicken in the very starting game. But then it has been a complete show stealing away because QR Quantum Rage, yes, they got the chicken, but then again, they really were not being able to get the momentum going onto the favor with H2E
True.
pretty close to where Quraysh Esports have actually positioned themselves. Even H2E are still under the parachute. A lot of players are finding themselves. I see a color splash in the La Cobreria with the
Ooh,
H2E and the Quraysh Esports. And I guess the expression pretty much tells where the circle is forming right now, with Chumasera being
yup.
the dead smack center. It is looking good for all these teams.
I am loving the zone. I am definitely loving the zone right now. That's going to be pushing so many of these teams from the northeastern approach to get down. Along with that,
Oh,
that double action coming in from that shotgun. What a play being showcased from the side of Regicide indeed. And it is going to be
oh.
3x. Not looking too good, where it is going to be Cronus this time around, sadly, who will be caught against, well, all odds. And, well, it is going to be the entire team of Regicide playing a cat and mouse situation against the dude. But, of course, it's a 4v1 situation where indeed he will not be allowed to survive for long. And,
Cronus.
well,
Huh?
P1911 completely doing the trick. And it is going to be Voltrix getting that first blood.
Mm-hmm. Definitely gets that first blood. R3G. How did we forget this team? R3G, the team that really stole the show on the very first day of this qualifier of Pakistan region. They are back
Exactly.
again with the banger in this map of Miramar.
Well, they definitely are, mate. They definitely are. Same can be, of course, said for Star as well. I mean, Team Star, they have had a decent run, is what I would say. I mean, not too good, not too bad. A decent approach is what you anticipate in the end because you are just trying to qualify for the PMPL upcoming season. And of course, top 17 teams are going to qualify. So, for that, Team Star is playing beautifully well. On the other front, Magnus, I mean, the way that team has been able to push themselves across the entirety of the lobby has been beautiful to witness. But sadly, I mean, the aggression has definitely been on point from their side, but sadly, they have not yet had a chicken dinner. So maybe this is the game that they probably will
Mm-hmm.
move on along to get one.
That can be the case, certainly, if you just fingers crossed. Picado being the home for two teams, Magnus Esports and Team Star in the closer by vicinity, and this big warehouse being controlled by Mom2 will have an ample amount of loot. It's us who knows that there is no player from the sides of Star in that big house.
True.
That's also the code that you call about it, but pretty close to where now I really want, because Team Star has been out of the action for a long time. We haven't had uh, been able to praise them a lot. They haven't been a part of some good fights. All they have been is getting a lot of shots from different direction, and this time, with the day getting finished off, they have a good chance to actually have their name written on the flag up high.
Well, look at that. As soon as you pointed it out that they've had some decent runs and decent shots, there is Hunk coming in from the side of Star. That is going to be bringing in a little bit of damage towards the players of Magnus, but of course that will not be resulting in an elimination point confirmed for the side of Team Star. But what will be confirmed is the fact that now both the teams know that well, where exactly are they situated? So they best be careful now. Of course, as you were mentioning about Mom 2 a couple of minutes ago, when it comes down to this perfect warehouse, I mean, I love that place, dude. There is just so much of loot in there. It is abysmal. Like 2 to 3 players can definitely just ease themselves when it comes down to the loot that is available right here. And along with that, you can actually jump up on top of the entire amphitheater, I want to call it, and yeah,
All right.
get that much more of awareness of the entire region of Picado. So I absolutely love this location, but it seems like Magnus will definitely not be choosing to stay there for long, because again, I mean, the fight was taken from Star X to the forefront of Magnus, and so now Magnus wants to retaliate, hopefully. But the only conversation is if Star X is going to wait on for that, or are they going to push on away from the entire Picado region altogether?
All right. So now it's a pretty the far this fight seems far fetched, and
Yep.
100 meter is what the separation has been made till now. I guess that will be increasing as the time passes by. 5 minute 44 second, and that's a good decision. Neither MGS, that was of Magnus Esports, nor Star were comfortable enough to take up the fight. But still, if they had to take the fight, they had to really create the flank, because the position at where Star would actually position, yes, they have the big bungalow, the big apartment with a lot of windows in their favor. But then we have Magnus with a lot of flanks created. Look at where Adil has actually been. He's just trying to get the loots for himself, and maybe if the loot is in the ample amount, because since everyone is just getting far away, Adil is keeping an eye over all these players. That means he is a bit interested in the fight, but he's not just making up the fight happen. But not all long. We might get to see some certain fights happening all along, but we have the grounders on our TV screens, and it has also been a topsy-turvy performance from the grounders.
It has definitely been. But see, one thing that we should definitely point out right here in this fight between Team Star and Magnus is the fact of experience. Now, I'm not saying Team Star does not have experience, but Magnus definitely has more. They moved away where they were caught off guard. They moved away from that position and recalibrated themselves and the entirety of the team with the flank angle being created. But on the other side, for the side of Team Star, they have not done so. They are
Oh, he's
still pretty
trying.
much in the same exact vicinity that they chose to shoot from. So Magnus has at least a basic idea as to where the opponent team is going to be, and therefore Adil was just perfectly setting up his crosshairs. And that is something that again comes with experience, or the way you like to approach things. I mean, sticking to the same position can definitely work in your favor as well if you know how to create those flank angles. I mean, with the same building, Team Star can create a bait for Magnus to shoot upon, and then the other one, the teammate from Team Star, can very well retaliate upon that. But again, it's a different approach that, of course, IGLs will end up making. On the other front, talking about late rotations, dude, look at Camp Militar. I mean, this is bonker late rotation coming in from this Metershot team.
Definitely. A long rotation from the Meteorshot team, and that might just result in getting them a lot of, I guess, point for themselves. But we still have to wait for that. With Ivy making a move, Meteorshot has just mentioned Campo Militar Tierra Bonca. They won't be the part of the fight, as long as they are being pushed upon to take on the edge of the circle. But what I see by the looks of it, 4V TFD are having a good position for the moment. Western side being completely controlled by R3G, and having really high optimism that the circle might shift onto the western side. And if that happens, all the teams that are positioning on the western side can have a real good time. But on the screen, we have TG up against the HR.
Absolutely do, and that is where things are not looking too good for the side of this team, because indeed when it comes down to the grounders, they are being caught off, and it is going to be HR. Razors bring in the hell to the face of the grounders, and what a controlled spray it has turned out to be, where it is Victor, the final player remaining for the side of the grounders. But will he be able to retaliate and bring in enough damage to his opponents?
No.
No. is the answer. Where indeed, in the end, Cronus is definitely going to
Finally.
be completely stopping all of these players, and Snaker, the one man remaining from HR, is going to be able to give that revival. So, yep, there we go. We've got the first elimination coming in, and that is going to be none other than the Grounders. Couldn't have anticipated that. But looking on to the center of the zone, we do have TUF smack in the center, looking pretty comfortable. But let's see where the zone is going to be pushing them along to.
We'll get to see. At least for the next couple of shifts, they will be, even if the circle goes for the harsh shift, they will be at least 10 to 20% holding the edge of the circle. But I'm completely surprised no one has made that extreme flank rotation from the prison and the Valadil Mars side, which we have seen in the past. We've seen a lot of team taking that route, taking the bridge, but this time certainly not the case. That means we might just expect some chaos building up north and up onto the western side. We didn't see Metershot even in anywhere close to what we see on the map. That means they're still pretty much away in the blues in the area of Terra Bronca and Campo Milita, but we again are heading towards the fight in the area of Picardo as soon as IV Esports realizes the situation that it is Magnus Esports pushing them upon. They won't be shying away to take up the fight.
Definitely will not be. That is so very true indeed. And in doing so, that is looking like a pretty interesting fight that is going to result in maybe another elimination that we can anticipate right here in the first 10 minutes of the game altogether itself. But of course, Magnus, as of now, will be able to give that revival to respect. So 4 players are going to be pushed on along. But Ivy, they are very much in the vicinity and they are making their presence known. They are bringing in a lot of damage and a lot of utilities are being utilized from their side. So Magnus definitely not looking too good. Respect once again, definitely going down. Mom 2 taking on a spray to the face. Dude, Ivy, they are changing the arena right now in this battleground on Miramar.
Oh yes, definitely. If you see a perfect example how to shift the gears, it's a complete game coming in from the sides of IB Esports with a cheeky angle, a cubby hold by the sides of Magnus Esports player.
Come on.
With the one more knock, but there we
Wow.
have it. The knock should have been secured, and no, it hurts really downtown. It's really hurt on the left hand side of our chest. That's where our hurt resides. But then we have again one more fight. We just keep on going on to the next minute, and then we are heading on to the next fight. This time it's Quantum Rage against Team H2E.
Absolutely. Now, once again, talking about Team H2E, this team needs a win. This team needs some points. Now, Quantum have had some really good fun in the past day as well as today as of now, but till
Oh no,
the moment
come on.
H2E is around in the arena, in the vicinity, they are not going to hunker down. They are definitely going to be pushing on along, playing a YOLO approach. They definitely will be confirming those 2 elimination points for themselves against the players of Quantum. So, a GG play. And again, I mean, as you so perfectly were mentioning, Ankit, when it comes down to the Miramar map, somehow these teams get so very aggressive. On Sanhok, they play it slow and low key, but on a map that is like twice the size of Sanhok, they somehow end up finding the crosshairs against each other.
I really don't know what's the reason. I really don't know. Maybe
it's
it's just the
bonkers.
fear out. Maybe it's just the fear of losing out on Sanhok, and that's the reason every team, each and every team, goes so passive. But I like the rotation, the HR. On the western side, they have no contestation whatsoever. Till Minas,
True.
Del Valley, till Chumasera. If the circle makes a hardened shift towards the western
Oh.
side, which I was expecting, this is not going to be the case.
Yep.
But still, HR have a very good chance, because even if they make a late entry onto the Chumasera, even if they don't have the compound, they can still hold all those ridges that can come into play. And just imagine if we head towards this Chumasera last shift, it may be certain the case. But finally, thankfully, we have Metershot in the map.
Absolutely do. They did end up choosing a very late rotation, but that has definitely not deterred them from the entire final gameplay, because after all, when it came down to the zone moving away from them, they have found the zone and the comfort of it altogether itself. But now they are going to be in the close vicinity of the team that is known as Ivy. Now, Ivy better be careful. I mean, they are moving in with the momentum. They just completely obliterated a team altogether by themselves. But is it going to be enough to take on a fight to the face of course, Metershot on the other side? As we move on towards Chumasera south of the zone altogether itself, we've got NES taking on a fight against the players of NV. In all of this, once again, TUF is just chilling around. They have the entire Chumasera compounds to themselves. No team in the contestation, nor are they giving away the information. So this is looking pretty good for TUF indeed. On the other side, as we look on across towards HR, as Ankit was mentioning a couple of minutes ago, HR is going to be making that rotation through the western fronts, and maybe the southwestern front itself could very well be the case. H2E have also actually made it across into the zone. So now we've got 14 teams remaining. But as we were mentioning just a minute ago, Ivy is going to be close to the side of Metershot, and Metershot are the ones who are going to be completely obliterating Ivy's rotation. Even though Ivy were able to capitalize on a couple of eliminations a few minutes ago, it is not going to be allowed against the side of Metershot because this team loves to get those kills, and KSF is definitely going to be leaving the vicinity. Zaydan actually brings in a little bit of a retaliation coming in from the side of Ivy, where he will be not only sticking around, but he will be giving the revival as well. So there seems to be a little bit of a life left in the side of Ivy, where Metershot is definitely being damaged as well. But I think I spoke too soon. Because Khatir in the kill feed once again just bringing in a blow towards the players of Ivy, leaving them down to a two-man army. Is going to be KSF and Zaydan. Even though KSF left the arena and got himself a little far back to create a flank, that is just not going to work out because, I mean, Metershot, they know exactly what they're doing. They've got the information. Khatir, well, he is right there, but of course on the flank we've got Ash as well as, of course, Halsey. Now Halsey is being so quiet onto the left hand side, we can clearly see. Now that quietness is definitely going to be the result of the demise for the side of Ivy.
The circle shifts away broader. 410-meter is what Metershot needs to travel, and I guess 500-meter to close to what 500-meter stance is for IV Esports. Just the two players standing, Zaydan and KSF, with 5 DBs already onto the name. This was the team that we were talking about while we were on the break, and out of nowhere they have started chiming in with the Metershot not allowing them to go for a push, make a rotation. I guess now is the time that Metershot realizes the situation, that it will be too much for us, and this will be costing us a lot in the latter half of the game if we lose a lot of time more here in the fight. But look at this, Halsey has still been left around to just get the flank checked if it is being done from the sides of Ivy. But finally, I guess apart from one player, we can get to see in the minimap, everyone is just getting away from this fight.
Oh, they definitely are. I mean, Ivy have had a decent run till now. They've got 5 elimination points already confirmed. They do not want to let that go away. They do want to work towards getting those placement points. We've still got 14 teams alive as we move on into the 17-minute marker, with the third airdrop being dropped on along. H2E showing signs of revival basically from their side, because this team is, they need a lot of points right now. On the other front, as we talk about the kill feed, it is the UMP from the side of Star coming into action against the players of 3X. 3X have had a good run, a wonderful day, but seems like in the final game, it is going to be Team Star that is going to be dropping them down to a 2-man squad.
The rotation that we were asking for from the sides of H2E, that is certainly favoring them. The southern shift is where they stand at the moment. H2E pretty close to where the circle is actually positioned, but now this warehouse fight is where we are up to with just the 2 players standing. It is going to be a tough task for them, because the more they waste the time while fighting themselves among all these fights is where they attract a lot of players. And already on the backhand side, we expect a lot of players coming and holding all the ridge, because this compound is under a dip, and we have the 360 complete extended flank that has been made by that ridge. But this can just be the wrong moment to go away sitting on the backseat of a buggy. Not recommended.
Though, well, they seem to be able to get away from this situation, but will they be third party is what I'm waiting for, because right across the corner was FS as well, as they tried to get away from that situation. But it seems like for the moment they will be allowed to move on along on the other front. Right? I mean,
I was just having a keen eye on the kill feed, that it's the time that we see 3X chiming up, and then they never came in.
Nope. Not going to be allowed. Not going to be allowed at all. With that, 18 minutes in on the map of Miramar, we're down to 13 teams remaining. We've got IV Esports not looking too good, because Zaydan is down, and KSF, the one final player from the side of IV, he's definitely not going to be able to give that revival to his teammate. Not only that, he wants to get into the comfort of the zone, but it is going to be pretty tough for him, because there are so many teams around in the vicinity on the other side. As we move on through towards the side of Metershot, this team, a three-man squad, is looking pretty comfortable as they find themselves at the edge. But now they are going to have to make their presence felt in the lobby if they want to be able to push on along to get the game for themselves. But that's easier said than done, because there still are teams with a proper four-man squad. And as you move on to the zone, to the map altogether itself, we've got Team Star looking very comfortable in that compound. And well, at least for now, there's no team around in the vicinity to take on that compound from them. So Team Star can very well play it safe and try and get those placement points working for them as well.
Indeed, that is, and that can certainly be the case. But far away on the southwest front, we have TUF going up into the fight. But the the three-player squad that we were looking at, that was pretty sublime till now, has already getting a lot of bruise onto the face. But yes, we do see the flank coming in and the aggression from the sides of Halsey eliminating the opponent players, and then we have Freestyles getting the information collected from all these fights. The circle has tilted away. It's a 2-2 split. That is certainly not working in the favor currently, but the grenade does a chip of damage, and Abdullah gets one knocked down. And it seems like the 3v4 affair now comes down to 1v2, but still the numbers advantage is where TUF will perish, and all the four players will be standing still from the sides of Freestyle.
Absolutely will, and they're looking pretty comfortable in doing so, as well as FS pushed on along to get the zone known that their presence better be felt. And that is exactly what we are looking at from the side of Tyrant, where they've got one elimination point, but they are definitely taking on a lot of fights on the front. In the zone altogether, we do have NES also taking on a fight to the face of Hellraisers, but will it be enough to stop HR in their tracks? We shall have to find out. But from the kill feed, what we can definitely see is that NES is taking that fight for themselves, taking the points for themselves. But now we've got 11 teams and Star still in the compound looking very comfortable. But Metershot and so many of these other teams that are out in the open, they are going to have to battle it out to find out which team will be the ones that will take on Star later on.
Definitely 11 teams in the lobby, 31 players still surviving. And it is going to be 102-meter affair for Freestyles to make a move. Quraysh leaving the lobby with just 2 total points. Not looking good. Quraysh Esports. Oh no, and we also have Team HR. So all of a sudden, it was a complete passive start for all these teams. But in the meanwhile, we just see a lot of bullets being sprayed down. Metershot, commendable effort. How far you just keep praising all these teams, especially Metershot. They keep bouncing back. That's the approach that you need to have in this battle round.
That is so very true indeed. And again, I mean, Metershot, the way that this team is just approaching every single game and every single fight is phenomenal to be able to see. But now, as the zone moves away from them, this is where the trouble is going to be brewing for their side, where they have to be very careful as they try and make the rotation. As we move on through towards FS, the three-man army from the side of FS, Avenger, Wasi, and Black are going to once again have to be very careful, because if we look onto the mini-map, they are pretty far away from the comfort of the zone, and we've got 9 teams remaining. But NES, this team is making a comeback, dude. I mean, this is a team that was sitting on the 14-15 position, and now, or rather lower than 14-15 position is what I should say. But now it seems like North Esports is definitely making a comeback with all 4 players alive. They are already looking comfortable with 6 eliminations confirmed for their side. But FS, if they can do something right there, because Vasi, we did just see that he has exact information where NES is going to be placed.
Exactly, and they're just not allowing them to come any close to where they're actually positioned. Metershot, again, one player went down. I guess this time the revival cannot be the case, as now Ash is nowhere looking closer, not even in the direction where Khatir has gone down. But finally, Freestyle, some sort of optimism has come in, but the real curveball has been hit altogether. With Freestyle, no circle has gone in the favor for the last 3 shifts. Again and again.
Exactly.
Even this time, at least, they need to make a move. The player who is closest to the edge of the circle, that's going to be 42 meters. And with the total number of players still surviving, you have 21. And 9 team now makes to 8, as now Metershot leaves the lobby. The conversation still revolves around Freestyle. That can they pull this off this time again, because the day has been just off for them altogether for the last 3 matches. But this time, with the 3 players that they have come in, Vasi, Avenger, and Black, they can certainly turn their fate around themselves.
They better be able to do that, because if they don't stop NES the way that team is dominating with the numbers advantage working in that team's favor, and now finally the fight is being brought onto the compound that Team Star has been holding on for quite a long time. Now we shall have to see if Team Star is going to be able to hold the fort right here against this team that's going to be pushing on along. That is going to be the side of FS or not. It seems like yes, they will easily actually, because NES Zaman coming in from nowhere, bringing in a massive blow to the side of FS Black, and of course the kill will be stolen away, and FS is gone down to a one-man squad. There, of course, Avenger has been eliminated. Not looking too good, but this is the game. I mean, Battleground is going to be absolutely phenomenally crazy. Wasi trying his level best to get into the zone, or rather, not the zone, sorry, the compound itself. But yeah, it's NES's game. I mean, this team, no idea what has gotten into them, but dude, they are performing.
8 finish, out of which 2 has been in the name of Maxi. The affair is getting close. Team Star and now Esports. Miracle going down. R3G also popping up into the fight with all 3 players standing. R3G has a real good chance, but it's just the wall that is separating these 2 teams to get indulged into the fight. Wasi is getting all the information collected. It's Usama whose location has been revealed by the footstep he's giving, but does he know, that Wasi know that there's still one player just finding himself underneath this trunk? But we have still Team Star with all the 4 players standing, just trying to pop out the head from these openings that we have from this wall. MG3 into the action. Esports looks in complete control until and unless the circle made a shift that went away, and this can just be it for Wasi.
This grenade could very well be it, and that is exactly what the case is going to turn out to be, where Esports is going to be eliminating Freestyle, thus getting themselves 9 elimination points, and now Team Star is the one that is going to be in the crosshairs for Esports. But will it be enough? Because Esports, well, they're in the open, but for Star, they have the compound working in the favor of their side on the other front.
Oh my god.
No, dude, get your health back up, mate.
Team Star has been in that compound for so long time, Lauder.
Yep, they have.
For so long time. And
Exactly.
I guess this is the time where they will be pushed upon, they will be rushed upon, they will be completely flanked. And there we have Esports trying to dominate them.
Well, they definitely are trying to dominate, and they are doing it in style indeed this game around, where it seems like this game could very well be there's the momentum that Esports has been able to dominate and push on along with is exactly what will be theirs for the taking. Avenger OP pushing on along against the players of Star is definitely going to be the opening that the team was waiting for. Now, God Fury, he best be careful with the AKM that he's got in his hand. Maxi has been brought down to his knees, so it's a 3v3 situation. Oh, my apologies, a 3v2 situation, because Hunk and Osama from the side of Star are brought down to their knees. So NES, this is their game. At least that's what the prediction says. Let's see what
and that's what we
is going to
expect
be
to.
the result. Yeah, definitely,
That's what
definitely.
we expect to. The forecast also going into the favor. So forecast is purely based upon the mathematics, that what sort of zone you have, what's the percentage of zone do you have, how much player are you having the stand enough. But if you are playing this silly, if you are leaving one side completely unnoticed, then we have a team named as Veggie Side that will be snatching the winner chicken dinner away from you. For the moment, it looks like Esports have got a lot of beating.
Dude, R3G just came out of nowhere from yeah, they've been around, but the way that now that they are pushing themselves to get that chicken dinner, it could very well be their game for the taking, because they are bringing in a perfect third-party situation against the players of Team Star as well as NES. But Maxi, with that UMP, with that jumping control, is definitely going to be bringing in a lot of damage to Osama. And now it is all down to God Fury. But dude, God Fury has the health advantage going in his favor. That's resulting in Maxi going down as well. So NES not looking good, but out of nowhere, like I said, RPG, they are utilizing this advantage to absolute perfection for their side until emerged and brought that back down to the side of Team Star. But the numbers advantage has gone away from them.
Kaizen, last time it was Ali, this time Kaizen. I don't really know how is it possible for the team altogether to take this placement points far, but as long as it's coming, it's just okay for the side. Insane getting Avenger and Esports completely eliminated, and that's how the forecast changes. And That's the time where now 3x Esports, he's just
Wow.
trying to be the cactus. He's just trying to be the bush all around in this map of Miramar. And it comes down to 1v1 affair between Kaizen up against Insane and the one last pistol standing from the sides of Team Star. The jiggle is proper, and there we have it. Insane putting the final nail in the coffin. Now the fight is just separated. Emerge going up into the fight, but this AKM shot gets connected, and finally, Team Star, before the day ends, the day of comeback has been a complete, absolutely phenomenally well going in for Team Star. And look at the leap that they have taken. They were nowhere to be seen in the top half of the chart, and now they are on 6th position.
Well, 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 talk about a good day. The second day has been phenomenal for so many teams. I mean, wow, wow. And again, I mean, we did talk about it, right? As soon as the zone shifted and Team Star found that compound, it was just theirs for the taking. They just had to hold their fort, but again, they had to fight for it. They held their fort, but they fought for it, brought it down to a 1v1 situation. And yeah, a phenomenal, phenomenal turn of events. They definitely do deserve that chicken dinner. But R3G, they did bring that to a very close fight where it seemed like an NES game, but R3G definitely did not allow that.
And how was the surprise? The surprise moment from Kaizen. How was the surprise moment?
Exactly,
Being the
right? Oh,
cactus
dude.
in the
Wow.
Miramar, and all of a sudden, hello, it's me out there, and there we go.
Exactly.
Just imagine that player not been taken down. That could have been the two players standing from the sides of R3G, and at any point in this close affair, one from left, one from right, could have been the case where R3G could have got the chicken because there's just the one player standing after the fight between Star and North Esports erupted. It was just the one player that was left alive, but Kaizen completely changed the course of the day. Last time it was Ali from sides of 3x. This time it's Kaizen. 3x Esports completely reigned supreme. Yes, it was a chicken for Team Star, but the way Kaizen and 3x have been playing for the rest of the matches. This is just looking so promising as a team.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on and have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game, and that's going to be going on down to R3G's Waz with again, I mean, 5 elimination points, 2 assists, along with only 191 healing done. So a very aggressive approach being showcased from the side of Waz, and of course, the same can be said for the entirety of the team.
Exactly, and R3G, Vaz and the rest of the teammates have been doing pretty well. R3G getting into form looks pretty good. We'll get to see once if R3G from tomorrow's gameplay, if we get to see them in the playing radar. But for the moment, we have top 4 players. So not only Vaz, it was also Voltrux. And this time, fortunately, it has been the 3 unfortunate moment in today's gameplay that Voltrux was picked off in the very first half of the game.
True.
Maybe in just the 5-minute, 10-minute marker where you just go into the fight. But this time when Voltrux survived, he made it pay for the team. Healing done, 10,091. Again, that mark is being matched up. And that happens when you have a certain compound in the last circle finish.
Well, one team that we should definitely mention is going to be NES.
Yeah.
This game, the team that needed to have that comeback story was NES, and the way they did it has been phenomenal. I mean, Zemin right there coming in with the longest distance elimination. Along with that, when it comes down to the points that they've been able to accumulate, I mean, 11 elimination points along with the 8 placement points, 19 in total. Definitely going to be pushing them in the top 17, no questions asked.
Definitely, R3G looking pretty strong. Team Star again, 21 points. We'll get to see how what's the leap that R3G has made. They were pretty much in the top 8 of the chart. I guess this is going to be solving the case. But look at this, 10 placement points. And just imagine if Kaizen could have fallen down at very early half of the game, these 10 placement points could have resulted in no more than securing just 3 and 4. But
True.
certainly 13 points is going to be helping them for the course. 8 for freestyles, grounders falling short, 0. Magnus Esports, none for them, just 1 point each shared between Quantum Rage and NV. But IV Esports this time, 5 total points, and they took a fight. If you remember against British Shot, that was a long stretched fight, and at that point, they lost a lot of players out there in the middle of the fight.
Absolutely, but it was a good fight that AV took right there. But as we move on through to the overall ranking, we still do have Team QWERTY on top of the totem pole with the 2 chicken dinners, the only team to get 2 chicken dinners. They have already played the 8 games, and in fact, now all the teams have actually played their 8 games. They've got 4 more games remaining that they'll be playing in the 5 matches that will be scheduled for tomorrow. But right now, the first page, big difference. I mean, look at Team QWERTY with 133
Mhm.
points, and then 10 places down as XGeneration with 57 points.
Oh, definitely the lead has been
Big
significant
difference.
enough.
Yep.
Exactly. But we'll get to see from 11 to 20 what sort of point difference has been created. So at 10 we have X Generation, because at the end only the top 17 out of the top 20 will be aggressing into the upcoming PMPL.
Absolutely, and that's going to be very, very crucial for these teams to be able to utilize. And again, when it comes down to the points are so very close. So we shall have to see which team will it be that will be able to reign and supreme to get that chicken dinner. If not chicken dinner, wonderful placement points, because that's what 3x has been doing and has been fabulous in terms of the way that they've been able to approach that situation on the other
Oh,
front. Talk
wow.
about NES. Gameplay that was required from them pushed them all the way up to the 17th position. Top 17 once again will be moving on into PMPL upcoming season, and this is just the break that North Esports was waiting for. Same can be said actually for IV Esports as well, because they're just
Oh,
5 points
yes.
shy.
Definitely. And looking pretty good at this moment. The grounders, yes, they have to make sure that they don't let the other team make them the prey, because 44 is where the grounders and 40 for Northeast Sports. When the day starts for tomorrow, from the first game itself, the only thing that IB Sports will be eyeing upon is going to be on the 17th spot. But for the moment, we have the elimination leader. The one who is leading the charge is going to be none other than Gravity. Still the one. No one close to where Gravity stands. 4,089 damage dealt. 20 minutes, 8
Wow.
seconds of survival time. That's the Gravity. That's what brings Gravity and Team QWERTY. So the name is Gravity, but the QWERTY team is way at the top.
They definitely are. I mean, along with his teammate on the third spot, Destroyer, 3,341 damage, along with 16 eliminations in just 19 minutes is just average minutes, that is survival time. Again, absolutely phenomenal, amazing control that has been showcased from the side of Team QWERTY altogether itself. Because once again, we talk about that storyboard, that leaderboard, the overall ranking, they are in a lead of their own. I mean, there's no team that's going to be able to cross their chart. But again, I mean, 5 matches tomorrow. You
Mm,
just don't know what's going to happen. We'll find out.
exactly, but that will be a storyline for tomorrow, I guess. But today,
True.
what a day it has been. Starting day with TFD getting chicken, Meter Shot also pretty close to what had happened in this last game itself. Team Star, a lot of team that hasn't been in the thicks of thin, and finally they have started chiming up upon. This time R3G also getting a lot of points dragged up in their name, but the difference is not so much. Northeast Sports,
Yes.
the ray of hope. That has been the moment. They have lit the fire. 40 points is where they stand at the 17th position. But down below, we just got to see IV Sports 35 points, as you just perfectly mentioned, just the 5 point shying away. We also had the Hellraiser. So now, when they come in tomorrow's gameplay, they just need to make sure that they got a lot of placement points. If not, so be the case, because certain teams we get to see that's not their forte, that they're so strong with their gun power, but they can have a good rotation somewhere down the line, as we got to see that certain teams have been doing so perfectly. Two perfect
True.
example, one being the Ali's last game of Miramar, where he stood alone and got at least 12 placement points. This time 10 placement points and 3 finish point for Kaizen has resulted in 3x a better performance altogether.
So true, mate. Again, I mean, this is definitely going to be an open out invitation for the teams tomorrow. That if at all you're not working towards
Yeah.
elimination points, at least get the placement points working in your favor.
Indeed, and the call has already been made. That means we are pretty much done with all the 5 games for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. That will be the final day, the day 3 for the PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022 for the road for the PMPL. But it's time for us to leave. Goodbye, take care, and we'll be right back tomorrow. Bye bye.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Go now. Here we 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 go now. go now. Go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.